Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Liam. Hello, Sandra. Hi, Anna. I've got coffee in the chat already for everyone. I have linked the bingo card generator to the top of the chat. We've got Judge Boyce live stream here ready. We're waiting for him. Going to be a full day today. Also, he said to go to at least 3 o'clock, which is unusual for a Friday, but we did leave yesterday early because of some work being done in the courtroom. That was going to be really loud. Good morning, Rocket Couch. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to all of you on this side of the world. And on the other side, happy Saturday. Hope your weekends is starting off right. I'm looking forward to it being Friday evening, the end of a long week of trial. Well, today, good morning, Karen. Good morning. I hope everybody's got a cup of something hot and steamy. Well, this morning already, I was perusing the socials before I pulled everything up, and it appears that Samantha Gwilliam, who is Tammy Daybell's sister, is in the galley already, along with her husband and two of Tammy's brothers. Well, that's a big showing for Tammy's side of the family, and I'm wondering who's testifying. Could it be Samantha? Now, she would be allowed in the gallery, even though there is the order from Judge Boyce, because she's family and represents. And Samantha is Tammy Daybell's court representative. Did you just finish your first cuppa? But it's it's afternoon by you. Hardly. It's much later in the UK. It's not early morning. It's late morning here. Morning, Jean. Cupcakes. Cupcakes have entered the chat along with ropes. Good way to start a Friday. Very good way, Jean. Thank you. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I hope you will be feeling better there, Anna. So, with such a strong showing of Tammy's immediate family there, I wonder if Samantha will be testifying today, or if someone else is, that it's going to be strong testimony. Last night I was thinking to myself, how big a hit, how much do you think the jury thought of John Pryor asking if you could actually tell what time and date DNA was put on a handle of a tool? And I was thinking, with the gruesome condition of the body, the fact that Ty Lee, Lori Vallow's daughter's DNA was found on these tools, what does the time and date actually, is that going to persuade them in any way that Chad possibly is not indicated in these crimes? Now, I would say if we're trying to prove that he actually swung that tool, or that he actually laid hands on Ty Lee, yeah, there'd be a point there. But they don't need that to prove murder. They just need to know that he knew, that he was part of either arranging it or working it or covering it up, all of that, with Lori and Alex. I mean, it's quite evident. The evidence clearly, I mean, it's a slam dunk against Alex Cox, right? Very sloppy. Fingerprints, handprints, phone tracking. I mean, conveniently, Alex is not there to defend himself, though, right? And we know that he did things under the direction, protecting Lori, all of this with Charles Fallow's death, to which Chad Daybell has not been charged in Arizona at all. That can be so uncomfortable, Anna. I do hope that you'll be feeling better. Why can't people think? Well, why can't people think of me? It would be so helpful to know what is going on. I don't know. Oh, no court today for you, Liam. That's nice. That's nice. Oh, hi, Mark. How you doing? Good evening to you, sir. Hi, Katie. Welcome. It's good to see you. But what do you guys think? Do you think that, Pryor in his cross-examination of our DNA expert yesterday had any made any headway? Oh, wow, on time. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Friday.
We could have the jurors brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Well, good morning to the court. Judge Boyce is on it this morning. He wants to get things going. Yeah, Karen, court is ready. Liam, I'm glad you got to enjoy a quieter morning, a slower start. A little sleeping is always lovely. I am looking forward to mine tomorrow. Ignoring the alarm is a nice guilty pleasure, isn't it? Liam, I hear you. Ditto. Yes, when I can sleep, Mark, or sleep in. I know that sounds so strange because I only sleep a few hours at a time, but still it's nice to ignore an alarm if I am sleeping. You can see that the gallery is quite a bit of people in it today. Looks about the same as yesterday, which was being recorded on the socials at around 20, 25 people. Chad's wearing a red tie today.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. State's present, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. The jurors are all presently appearing and properly seated and accounted for, and I've received the juror affirmation from each one of the jurors. So thank you again for continuing to follow the court's instruction as we break each day. At this time, the state is continuing in its case in chief, and I believe has additional witnesses to call today. Who will be calling the next witness, and who is the witness?
Your Honor, I will be calling Cammy Willmore.
Very well. If you can call your witness at this time.
That is Tammy Daybell's sister.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now that the witness has been sworn, I do have a few questions before we begin with direct examination. Ms. Willmore, have you watched any of the trial, viewed any of the testimony given in this trial since it began?
No,
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they've given in trial?
no.
Okay, thanks for your responses. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name again and spell it for the record?
Cammy Willmore, CammyWillmore.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with Fremont County as an advanced EMT, and I also work at the St. Anthony Seminary as an administrative assistant.
How long have you been an EMT?
15 years,
And you said you're currently an advanced EMT?
yes.
Prior to becoming an EMT, did you have any other background in the medical field?
Yes, I worked about 40 years as a medical assistant.
As an EMT, are you trained in responding to emergency medical situations?
Yes,
In 2019, did you hold the position of deputy coroner for Fremont County?
yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became the deputy coroner?
It would have been about February or March of 2019.
What are some of the job duties of a deputy coroner?
You're called to a scene for a death and go responsible for going in and looking at the body and talking to the family and pronouncing that they have deceased. And just checking the scene over, medications.
And who was the elected coroner when you were working as a deputy coroner?
Brenda Dye?
Are you still a deputy coroner?
No,
When you were working as a deputy coroner, would you respond to unattended deaths?
yes.
What is an unattended death?
It's a death where it has not been witnessed by somebody, or they're not under the care of hospice or a doctor at the time.
And when you became deputy coroner, so let me back up. As an EMT, had you ever responded out to a scene where someone ended up dying or was already dead?
Yes,
Had you ever responded out to a scene where someone was determined to have died of asphyxiation?
I had not.
Do you recall responding out to an unattended death on October 19th of 2019?
Yes,
Prior to responding out to that death scene, do you know approximately how many unattended deaths you'd responded out to as a deputy coroner?
at that time, only like 5 or 6. I was new.
When you responded out to the unattended death on October 19th of 2019, did you learn who the decedent was?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was Tammy Daybell.
Had you ever heard the name Tammy Daybell before that you recall?
No, I had not.
Did you know Chad Daybell?
I did not.
When you arrived on the scene, do you recall who else was present at the residence?
Um, a Fremont County Sheriff, Allie Greenhall, was there, and then Chad.
Do you recall making any initial observations of Chad Daybell?
Just when I came in, he was distraught. It was appropriate, crying, stating that his wife had passed away.
At some point, did you see or meet someone else at the residence?
Yes, his son came in later into the bedroom when we were in there.
And did you learn his son's name?
Was Garth Daybell.
Did you make any observations of Garth?
Garth was very quiet, did not say hardly anything.
And as part of responding out to an unattended death, do you generally try to gather information from individuals on scene?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes, I spoke with Chad about her history and what he felt had happened.
And what do you recall him telling you?
He said that, I asked if she'd had any medical issues, and he said that she hadn't, but that in the last month or so, she had not felt, she'd had some hypotension and some lightheadedness, and that she had been a little bit clumsy, but that she didn't have any other major medical problems.
And when you use the term hypotension, what would that mean?
Like low blood pressure.
Did you also ask him about the circumstances surrounding her death?
Yes, what had happened,
And what did he tell you?
he said that they'd been sleeping and that she was coughing and had gotten up and gone into the bathroom and she was vomiting. And so he'd gone in there, and she was vomiting. And then after she was finished, that she seemed to be okay, they went back to bed and went back to sleep.
And when you arrived, did Chad indicate whether or not Tammy's body had been moved prior to your arrival?
Yes, he did. He told me that he made it a point to tell me that he thought that she was menopausal and that she liked to sleep with one leg outside of the covers, and that he thinks that's how she was sleeping that night, and that at some point that she must have passed away, and he maybe moved in bed or something, which caused her body to fall out of the bed. He said like she kind of slept on the edge of the bed with her leg out, and that he felt like that's how come she had fallen out.
And when he described her as falling out, was it your understanding that her whole body fell out of the bed?
The way that I recall him describing it was that she kind of slipped out, that she had one leg entangled in a blanket or a sheet or something. And so not positive how he was stating it. My mind was that she was partially on the ground, like her head and part of her body on the ground with one leg still maybe entangled.
And you had indicated you went into the bedroom.
Yes,
Was that where Tammy's body was located?
yes, she was on the bed in the bedroom.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 295M. I will indicate there are some photos from 295 that had already been admitted. It's my understanding that these photos were stipulated to. They were the photos taken by Deputy Greenhalgh.
All right.
And there is a copy for counsel, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and a copy is the exhibit.
Okay, please let me look those over before they're published.
And if the witness may be shown one.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if the court would prefer that this not be broadcast to the public.
This one appears fine to me. And to be clear then, 295, is this a series of photographs?
It is a series of photographs that had previously been admitted. However, M was not one of them. We ended with 295L in that packet.
Okay, and are you looking to publish?
I would be moving for admission and then requesting to publish.
Okay. Yeah, this particular photo may be published to the public. And the witness, once, and if it is admitted. So, Mr. Prior, have you had an opportunity to review 295M?
Judge, this photo was previously stipulated by the parties.
Okay, so 295M then is admitted.
And I believe Your Honor said so, but may I have permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
Miss Willmore, is this what you saw when you entered the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you notice initially?
Just that her legs were stiff, like coming in, I could think, okay, has passed away for a while. So because the way her legs were kind of on the bed and out straight, that she was covered up. So which just caused me to feel like, yes, she's been passed away for a little bit of time.
And Your Honor, if I may hang on to this momentarily, I would want to publish it one more time.
Very well.
Miss Willmore, what other observations, if any, did you end up making in regards to Tammy's body?
So we took the sheet down to just kind of look at her body to see, and I looked for things on her face and neck and stuff all around her. All I really saw were a few bruises on her bicep at the time that I felt just looked like somebody had bumped into something, or not a fresh bruise, more of a older looking bruise to me.
And did any of your initial observations cause you pause?
Yes, very first when I walked in, she had this foaming that was coming out of her mouth. That was probably the very first thing that I was surprised at. It wasn't something that I hadn't really seen before. I've seen foaming little bits, but this was kind of like a foam cone that was coming out of her mouth. So I was surprised by that.
And did you actually end up doing anything in relation to that?
I didn't at the time. I knew that the coroner was coming, and so I didn't really want to do anything with the body till she got there.
And when you talk about the coroner coming, if the coroner shows up, would she then take over the job duties?
Yes.
So as deputy coroner, you more respond out if she's unavailable, is that correct?
Yeah, if she's unavailable, or like I could get to the scene quickly, she had to come from Island Park. It was close, and so she just had me respond first.
And do you recall approximately when you arrived at the Daybell residence?
The call came about 6 in the morning, and so it was probably about 6:35 or 6:40 by the time I got there. Their house was like 10 miles away from where I live. Had to get up, get dressed, that kind of thing.
And when the call came in, was it pretty clear that there was no need for emergency services?
Yes, it was. When we call the coroner, it's a death, a deceased person, and so I wasn't worried, and I knew that probably an ambulance wasn't coming, so I was not in a really quickly hurrying.
And when you talked about her body being stiff, did that indicate anything to you?
Yes, that had been passed for at least a few hours, maybe more. I didn't know how long, but it wasn't just recently.
And did you, in relation to the bruises, you indicated you noted them, but couldn't really tell what caused them?
No, yeah, they weren't really large or anything.
And did you do anything in addition to the bruises to try to verify the age of them?
No,
And would that be something that you would normally do?
no, just noticing the color of them, not on a scene like this. Maybe if there had been a ton of them, there wasn't a lot.
And generally, in looking at the age of bruises, is that something that a medical examiner would do?
Yes.
When Brenda arrived on scene, the coroner,
Mhm.
did you go in and observe Tammy's body again with Miss Dye?
Yes,
And was a further examination done of Tammy's body at that time once Miss Dye arrived?
yes, she came in and did the same thing. She also wiped the foam off of her mouth at that time, which I wanted to do, but it didn't do because I wanted her to see that. But as soon as she wiped that away, it came again in just a very short time, which I remember feeling like that was weird, that I hadn't really seen that before.
And Your Honor, if I may publish 295M again.
You may.
And in this photo, Ms. Willmore, you talked about the foam being wiped away. Do you see in this photo what was used to wipe the foam?
This towel there, and it was Brenda that got it. I remember her saying like, "Oh, is there something to wipe it?" And looking, and then this is okay, and using that towel to wipe it away.
And do you recall if the towel was already in the room?
I believe so. Not 100% sure, but I believe that she bent down and picked that up and said, "Use this. Can I use this?"
And do you know one way or the other if the foam had been wiped before your arrival?
I don't know if it had or not.
And when you say the towel, are you talking about the white object by that blue mat?
Yes. Yes.
And at some point, did you end up looking up something in relation to the foam?
Yes. Like I said, I was new as a deputy coroner, not had a lot of training, and this foam was something that bugged me because the way it presented. So I looked up poisoning. When I was there, I just pulled my phone up and started looking at that to see if there was something about poisoning that could cause that. I didn't find anything. I knew there was a couple of things.
Judge, this is calling for a narrative at this point, or this is a narrative at this point.
Abstain.
And why did you look up poisoning?
Just because it was an unusual looking amount of foam to me. And I'm curious if there was something that could cause that in my mind, trying to think about reasons for this death.
And did you believe poisoning may be one cause for the foam?
I didn't find in that short time anything that read about foam, but that just came to my mind.
And in that photo, there appeared to be a nightstand next to the bed. Do you recall that?
I do.
In looking at Tammy, well, let me back up. It was reported that she'd fallen out of bed, correct?
Yes.
And the way you described it was the top half of her body would have fallen.
Yes.
Did you see any indication on her head that she had any kind of an injury consistent with hitting a nightstand?
No, I did not see anything.
When Miss Dye arrived on scene, are you aware if she also spoke with Chad Daybell?
Yes, she would have spoke to him. She spoke to him when I wasn't present also. Like I was in the room still, and she spoke with him, I think, out in the living room at one point.
And once Miss Dye arrived on scene, whose decision would it have been whether or not to get an autopsy?
It would have been her decision.
When you talked to Chad Daybell about Tammy's health, did he ever mention seizures to you?
He didn't to me.
Did he ever mention fainting spells?
He didn't.
Did you inquire of Chad whether or not Tammy was taking any medication?
I did. He said that she didn't go to doctors, and I noticed on her nightstand there was a homeopathic book or naturopathic type book, because I worked in the medical field, my mind went, oh, she probably had some illness that she was treating herself that maybe caused this death, because she was her age. I couldn't figure, I was thinking, boy, she's young. So I thought, well, maybe that's why she's passed away. She wasn't seeing a doctor and was treating herself.
And when you respond out to unattended deaths, do you have the benefit of getting anyone's medical records?
No, not at that time.
So you were relying on information provided by the family,
Yes, I was by Chad.
and Chad was the only one providing information at that time.
Yes.
At any point, did Garth chime in and say anything about his mother's health?
No.
Was your concern that possibly the homeopathic remedies would have caused her death, or just something she may have been treating for?
I was more thinking that it would be something that she was treating herself for, thinking, she had something major going on and wasn't being seen by a physician.
Outside of what Chad told you, did you have any knowledge of whether or not Tammy was actually using those homeopathic remedies?
No, I didn't. I did ask to see her medications, and I did look in a cupboard in the kitchen area.
Did anything catch your attention in relation to the medications in the cupboard?
No, there wasn't anything that stood out to me. There was a few herbal type things, and no, I was more looking for a, maybe prescription type medication. I didn't see anything that stuck out.
And when you talk about her maybe having an illness she was trying to treat, are you talking about something more than like a common cold?
Yeah, if she could she have had a stroke, or just something underlying that she wasn't aware that she'd had.
And do you recall, did you provide the information you had to Miss Dye when she arrived on scene?
Yes,
And at some point, and let me back up as well, when Miss Dye arrived on scene, did you defer to her?
yes,
And she then took over any
Yes.
additional?
yes.
Were you involved in a conversation regarding whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
Yes, I was.
And at the conclusion, did Miss Dye determine not to have an autopsy ordered?
Yes.
Do you know if Chad Daybell wanted an autopsy?
We distinctly asked, I remember us asking him, would you like an autopsy performed? And he said, no, he did not want one.
And when you respond out to unattended deaths, will you also consider external information
You mean like from,
from family members or other sources?
yes,
When you responded out, had you ever heard the name JJ Vallow?
no,
Had you ever heard the name Tylee Ryan?
no,
Had you ever heard the name Lori Vallow?
no, no,
Had you ever heard the name Alex Cox?
I had not.
Have you since heard of those names associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Morning.
We'll try that again. Good morning, Miss Willmore.
Good morning.
I have a mental block about turning the speaker on for some reason. So, initially, Chad talked to you about Tammy had been for the last month or so had been clumsy, lightheadedness. Mentioned some-
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates testimony.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
You previously talked been inquiring about the prosecuting attorney. Was there a mention of clumsiness by Chad?
Yes, he said that she had a little hypotension and a lightheadedness and had been a little clumsy.
Okay. And that is what you had testified earlier, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I understand that you had, I saw your interview with the FBI. Remember, do you recall talking with the FBI?
I do.
Okay. And in that interview by the FBI, you noted that you had some 40 years as a medical assistant,
Yes,
that you were a trainer in EMT and EMR. And can you explain to me what those are?
well, they're just levels of in the EMS system. You start out as an emergency responder, then you become an EMT, and then you become an advanced EMT, and then, well, it doesn't have to be in that order. Like you could be an advanced EMT going through, but I train people that are going to be EMRs or just basic EMTs.
Now, I noted in the interview with the FBI, you made mention that you saw a book on the nightstand and it notes for homeopathic and natural remedies.
Mhm.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
Then there's a comma and it says essential oils and herbs. Did you see on the nightstand essential oils and herbs?
No, just like on the book, the cover, the title on the book.
Okay, so the title of the book was on the nightstand talking about essential oils, herbs, homeopathic and
yeah.
natural home remedies.
Yes.
Okay. And then when you looked in the cabinet, were you able to confirm that there were some homeopathic medicine?
No, yes, a few. I don't recall what the names were, but there was a few, couple.
Okay. Now, at the time that you spoke with Chad about a autopsy, um, was anybody else from the Daybell family there at that time?
I don't recall that there was.
Okay.
I just remember him
Okay.
standing off to the side.
Is it possible that there was a discussion at that point? And that it was actually Emma who had talked about?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's adding testimony.
Sustained.
Is it possible someone else from the family had suggested an autopsy?
I do not know.
You don't recall?
Don't recall.
And your recollection is that it was just you and Chad and the coroner there at the time discussing that. Is that right?
And the mortician was there also.
The mortician was there as well. Okay.
Mhm.
Are you aware as to whether or not there was a previous discussion with the Daybell family and Chad about on the topic of a autopsy?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Do you recall telling the FBI in your report that Chad mentioned you, Tammy, had not seen a doctor about her illness?
Yeah, that she didn't go to doctors
Well, the-
much, that she just didn't go to doctors.
okay. The expression my recollection is that it was, she did not, what you were quoted as saying by the FBI is she did not go.
Objection, Your Honor. I think if counsel wants to show her a report to try to refresh her recollection, that's one thing, but
Sustained.
I'd object to it being written.
Is it possible that you told her? Is it possible that Chad told you, Tammy didn't see any doctors about her illness?
About like a specific illness. I think all I recall was just because I'm medical field, me saying, well, does she have any other illnesses? And he said, well, she just doesn't really see doctors much. So it wasn't specific to that illness. It was more of a history type.
Okay. Did Chad mention to you that Tammy had not been feeling well for about a month or so?
Yes.
That there was a discussion about lightheadedness?
Just that he stated that she'd had some lightheadedness.
Now, on the issue of the towel that was used to wipe away the foam from Tammy's mouth, did you look at that towel before you used it to see if there was anything on it?
I did not use it. It was Brenda Dye that used it. So I can't comment on that.
Did you see Brenda use it?
I did.
Okay. And Brenda got it somewhere off of the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And did you happen to look at the towel prior to her wiping off the
No,
face?
I didn't.
You talked a little bit about the bruise and in your medical experience, you mentioned that the bruise was nothing of significance. Is that what you testified previously to?
Yes, that's
Did-
how I felt.
Did you observe that bruise? You mentioned that previously, if I recall your testimony earlier, that it wasn't red. Is that?
Yeah, it was more of a blackish blue, an older looking coloration.
Okay. Okay. And that was nothing that drew your attention in terms of concern.
I just noted it because that's part of my job.
And as part of the 40 or 50 death scenes you went to, seeing a bruise like that is nothing.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Same.
You've been to 40 or 50 death scenes,
Or
right?
only for, well, I had as an EMT been to lots of deaths, but as a deputy coroner, I'd only been to about 5 or 6 in the time I had become the deputy coroner.
So the combination of your EMT and experience as a coroner, it's 45 to 50 plus death scenes. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And at the time, the bruising is not something that you took into consideration when deciding whether or not there needed to be further investigation of this. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I would just say it was not enough to be noted as anything suspicious.
And again, how many of those were on there? Bruises on the arm?
Maybe like 2 to 3,
Okay. And then anything else on the body, the chest, anywhere else?
not that I noted at that time.
And then you were concerned about the foaming of the mouth, correct?
Yes,
And as part of your limited research, didn't find anything in your role as part of looking. Was that curiosity or was that part of your role?
because I was new, because I love medical stuff. It was a curiosity. It was also because she was 49
Right.
and I didn't understand. I thought of some other things like congestive heart failure or a heart problem. I knew some of those things could cause some frothing is what they described.
Is that what you discovered?
What do you mean discovered?
Well, was
Like,
that?
not in research, that's just in my own knowledge. And so I was trying to look up some other causes.
Okay. In your own knowledge, is there something that causes foaming of the mouth when someone is afflicted with a heavy lung situation?
All I was aware of was maybe some heart issues. But I know, because of knowing that, I kind of looked at her ankles. I was thinking of like swelling and edema in their ankles and things if they have congestive heart failure or heart issues. Some of those things can sometimes, so I looked for those things. I just didn't know enough to.
Okay. Okay. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. Judge, that's all I have at this point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Redirect, Ms. Blake, once you're ready.
You were asked about being told Tammy didn't go to a doctor. Do you recall that? From counsel.
Yes,
When you looked at Tammy's medication, were any of those prescription medication that you saw?
I don't know. I do not recall any.
generally speaking, would someone need to go to a doctor to get a prescription?
Yes,
And again, when you're on scene, did you have the benefit of requesting or reviewing any medical records?
no,
So you were going off information only provided by Chad Daybell.
yes,
And just by looking at a bruise, would you be able to determine if it was new or old? For sure.
not for 100% sure. I
And
wouldn't be able to.
would that be something that would be looked at in an autopsy to determine the age of a bruise?
Yes,
And you did not perform an autopsy.
no,
Could there be other causes of the foam around the mouth? Or do you know?
I, I didn't know enough to know what other things could cause foam around. Yes, I'm sure there's lots of things that can cause this, and that's why I was kind of searching things.
Could asphyxiation cause foam?
Yes,
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of this witness. Is she going to be recalled by the state?
The state would ask to release her.
And Judge, she is under subpoena from my office, but I'm releasing her at this point.
Okay, then thank you for appearing and testifying. You're released from the subpoenas, and so you can watch the trial if you choose, or otherwise you can go ahead and step down and I'll have the state call its next witness when they're ready.
thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Jason Gwilliam.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, counsel, the court made a determination that this particular witness is not subject to the court's exclusionary order, so you can inquire on direct, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Jason Gwilliam, Jason Gwilliam.
And where do you live?
I live in Springville, Utah.
How long have you lived there?
I've lived there approximately 28 years.
Are you related to Chad Daybell?
I am related to Chad Daybell.
Can you tell the jury how?
I married Samantha Gwilliam, who is Tammy Daybell's sister, making Chad and I brother-in-laws.
How long have you been brother-in-law?
I married Samantha in 1995, so about 28 years.
During the time that you've been married to Samantha, have there been a number of years that you've lived around Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell and their family?
Yes.
About how many years did you live in the same community as them?
When my wife and I were first married, we spent approximately 2 years, year and a half in Cedar City. And Chad and his family at that time were in Ogden. We moved into Springville. Well, I'm going to go on and say about 26 years. We moved into Springville in the winter of 96. And I think they moved in shortly after that in 97. So from 1997 until they moved to Idaho.
When did they move to Idaho?
Moved to Idaho in 2015.
So 18 years, does that sound right?
Yes.
When they moved to Springville, did you live in the same neighborhood?
When they first moved in, we actually lived across the street from each other. After that, sequentially, we moved around the corner. We were probably within a walk for that entire time.
Can you explain to the jury kind of the nature of the relationship? How often did you have interaction with Chad and his family?
We would have interaction with them. It wasn't uncommon for at least once or twice a week. In Chad and I's case, probably sometimes 3 to 4 times or more a week.
Did you go to the same church?
We did attend the same church.
Did you and Chad ever spend any time working together?
We did spend some time working together. Chad and I had opportunity throughout that time to share, I think, at least 3 shop spaces together. And previous to him moving up to Idaho, he and I worked together for 6 months before he went up there.
Could you explain to the jury, do you feel like you were someone who is close to Chad?
I felt like that Chad and I were very close.
Are you aware of any other friends during that time period that Chad had that were maybe closer even than you were?
He had friends from high school. He had other relatives that he had. But it probably wasn't as close as what we were, or I felt we were.
Being relatives and close friends, did you and Chad ever have one-on-one talks or conversations where you might confide in one another?
We had a lot of backing up. We have a lot of talks where we would talk about different issues with regards to family, with regards to religion, with regards to just about anything. And I felt like we had some really deep conversations in regards to a number of things, just as 2 good friends and brother-in-laws would.
Was there ever a time that Chad expressed to you any concerns about his marriage to Tammy?
I don't want to say concerns at that time, but you have your relationships that you have with your spouse, and there are times where you don't always get along. And so we might have discussed and talked about some of that.
Did Chad ever discuss with you his intimacy with Tammy, his wife?
There were times he did.
What in particular would he discuss with you about that?
Jack, at this point, this isn't relevant.
Sustained.
Was there anything specific in your discussions with Chad that he explained if he had concerns about his relationship with Tammy?
Just in the fact that I think he felt like at times it was a little vanilla. It was a little bland.
What did he mean by, what did he say about that?
Just in certain aspects of the relationship, that it was just a marriage of just, we have a lot of routine, just general routine that we go through.
Did you and Chad share the same religious views, generally speaking?
Generally speaking, while he was in Utah, yes, we did.
Had Chad ever confided in you or shared with you any experiences that he may have had in La Jolla, California?
He did.
Can you explain La Jolla? Yes. Can you explain to the jury what did he tell you about that experience?
Said he had an experience that was a little life-changing in the fact that he was in the ocean. Large wave came in, a lot of rocks, smashed him against the rocks, chewed up his back pretty good. And it was one of those moments that you just don't forget.
And did he also share with you an experience that he had in Flaming Gorge, Utah?
Yes, he did.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming leading.
Overruled.
Yes, he did.
What was that experience?
Another experience in his youth where he was jumping off cliffs, and as he hit the water, he felt that his spirit separated from his body and become torn from his body.
Is that something that he'd explained to you originally?
He had talked to me about that.
Judge, could we get some foundation as to time, date?
Sure. Can you let the jury know, when did these conversations occur? What year? approximately?
Conversations occurred early 2000s when we would have conversations about that.
And we'll get to it later, but was there a later time that you also discussed these?
We did discuss these later, yes.
But in the early 2000s is what you're saying as to these 2 conversations, is
Yes.
that right?
I'm going to have you, Mr. Wixom, as well as you, Mr. Gwilliam, just please slow down a little bit and try not to talk over the top of each other for our record. Thank you.
Sure. At some point in time, did Chad's religious views change?
I believe they did.
Let's first explain to the jury, when did you first start seeing this kind of a change?
I would say at the time he started writing his books.
Can you pin it down to an approximate year?
If I were to put an approximate year to it, I would say 2006 to 2007.
In what way did his religious views change?
They became more focused, hyper-focused on preparing end of times, things of that nature.
When you use the word hyper-focused, what do you mean by that?
I think as a general rule, most people involved in our religion have a tendency to try to round out the religious information they receive. And in this case, by saying hyper-focused, I would say that it became more of an obsession and more than normal.
At any point in time, during this time frame, did Chad ever express to you a feeling that he had received visions?
He did.
And approximately when did he first start expressing that to you?
Probably around 2010, 2011.
What types of visions did he tell you that he was having?
They were visions regarding how things were going to play out in the last days.
At some point in time, did Chad again visit with you about this experience from Flaming Gorge and La Jolla, California?
Yes, he did.
Did anything about the experiences as he shared them with you change?
Originally, there were experiences that you have that are impactful. They soon became near-death experiences as opposed to just something that was impactful.
Could you explain a little bit more about that to the jury as to what Chad would explain when he couched them as near-death experiences?
Originally, when the stories were told, it was an experience that happened, and then it became an experience that happened in La Jolla, where I had an experience where I saw a relative that had deceased and passed on. And then the experience in Flaming Gorge became my body and spirit were torn and the veil was ripped and I could see into the heavens and into the eternities.
Was there anything about that change that you were concerned by?
Yeah,
What was that?
that it wasn't consistent, that it just became more of a narrative now.
From that point forward, did you continue to see Chad's religious views change?
I did.
In what way?
It again started focusing more on end times, more on what would happen in America, what would happen with things in the future.
When did he first start expressing his views on those things?
That would have been around 2013, 2014.
And could you be a bit more specific about the nature of what he was telling you?
He got involved with other authors. They started to publish books and write books. They would talk about, in particular.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point unless there's some foundation that establishes how he knows this rather than this narrative.
Sustain.
Can you just isolate your comments to things that you heard directly from Chad?
Chad Daybell told me there would be 2 earthquakes that would happen. There would be the Wasatch Wake Up Quake.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to when this discussion supposedly took place?
Is that an objection?
That's an objection,
Prior-
Judge.
Overruled.
Go ahead, please.
These conversations started in 2013, 2014, and continued on until he left to go to Idaho and continued on past that.
And I think before we had an objection, I'd ask you to explain to the jury kind of the nature of the things he was telling you about his change in view.
I was informed that there would be earthquakes, that there would be destruction in America. I was informed that there would be invading troops that would come from various different countries into the Americas.
Did those views that he shared with you, did they cause you any concern?
Sure.
In what way?
Well, it's a fear tactic.
What do you mean by
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You may continue.
In my opinion, it's a fear tactic. It's a way to let people know I know more than you, and therefore you should listen to me.
Why did you perceive it that way?
I perceived it that way because when you bring up anything on a natural disaster, it has a tendency to create fear. When you bring in wars and rumors of wars, it creates fear.
Eventually, I think you said Chad and his family moved to Idaho.
Yes,
And what year was that again?
2015.
At the time that he moved, had he invited you to move with him?
He had.
Can you explain to the jury how that request went and why he was asking you to come?
Towards the end of 2015, he expressed his desire for my wife and I and family to move up to Idaho so that we could be in proximity with our families, with each other.
Did he say any more about that?
He felt that it would be good for us to move up there in order to escape the earthquakes and the desolation and the things that would happen in Utah.
What was he telling you about what it would be like in Rexburg?
He said that Rexburg would be a city of light, place of refuge, place that people would want to come to and be at.
And what was your reaction when he asked you to come up?
My curiosity at first was piqued because I wanted to know. I don't want to be in the middle of a giant earthquake. So naturally, I thought, okay, this is something that might be of interest.
Did you take stock in any of his visions? Did you believe any of those things?
Originally, yes, I did.
At that time, were you still embracing maybe some of what he was teaching?
During that time frame, yes.
So why did you eventually not move up to Idaho?
Didn't feel it was right.
Any specific reason why?
There were things that were going on that to me, it didn't feel right. We had opportunity to visit. Idaho's a beautiful place and a great place for some. It just, for us, wasn't going to be a place that we needed to be at.
Did you tell Chad no, you weren't going to move?
We did.
Did he ever ask you to come up again?
He did.
How often would he ask?
Are you looking specifics or generality?
Well, generality first, then we'll go to specifics.
Generality, just whenever we could. And we did go visit. We had opportunity to go attend family functions and events up there.
Did he ever ask again for you and your family to move to Idaho?
There was a letter that was written to me
When was that letter written?
in 2016.
And that was a letter from who?
That was from Chad.
What did he say in that letter?
In that letter, he essentially told me that we needed to be in Idaho.
Did he say why he believed that?
He said we needed to be in Idaho because within the next 3 years, there would be a giant earthquake, that Springville and my house would be shaken to the ground and destroyed, and that we needed to escape that destruction before that happened.
Did he claim that to be part of his visions?
Yes,
Did he say anything about concerns he might have had with your wife?
he did.
What did he say?
He'd informed me that she was allowed to go south and that the spirits, in particular, the dark spirits, would allow her to go south to do whatever she wanted to do, but she was not able to come to Idaho to see the glory and the visions that would happen, and that she more or less was being held back.
What did you take that to mean?
I took that to mean that she was being controlled by dark spirits.
How did you react to him telling you that or
I wasn't-
expressing that? Sorry.
I wasn't thrilled
Why not?
because I have a responsibility and a stewardship over my family. That's not Chad's responsibility.
Can you explain to the jury that word stewardship as you're using it? What do you mean by that?
When I'd say the term stewardship, stewardship would be an ownership or a responsibility or something of that nature, that is my duty and my job, my responsibility.
You just use the word ownership. Are you suggesting that you feel like you own your family?
I wouldn't say that I own my family, but I have a responsibility to them.
Is the idea of stewardship something that is mainstream to the LDS Church?
Yes.
Why were you offended by Chad's statements about your wife and dark spirits relative to your stewardship?
I felt that he was trying to take a stewardship over my family and trying to tell us what we needed to do and where we needed to be.
Did you express any concerns to Chad about that?
Not at the time.
Did you ever, I'll withdraw that. I think you explained that there were some times after they moved to Rexburg that you would come up and visit them.
Yes.
Was there ever a time that, I'll withdraw that. When you come to visit, what would Chad tell you?
He would, at that time, we didn't talk in depth about any of the different opportunities to come up there because typically there was another event going on. And he would just explain to me how nice it was and just talk about how things are going up there and that things were wonderful.
Did he ever explain any more about his visions of what was going to happen in Rexburg?
He did. He actually invited me to come up on a trip. I took a day trip, went up there and was shown around Rexburg, was taken to BYU, Idaho. I was taken to other various places throughout town.
You remember when that trip was?
That trip would have been in 2016. I think it was the spring.
And what kinds of things was he sharing with you as he took you around Rexburg?
He was showing me that this would be a place of city of light, that there would be a refuge for people to come, that it would be a safe haven, areas of where there would be tent cities, areas of where he would expand his property or take his property and turning it into a tent city.
At that point, did you continue to believe or at least be open-minded to his visions as you had been before?
That was probably the first time after I left that I thought, I'm not supposed to be here.
Any reason why you had that thought?
Just my gut feeling of who I am and what I was doing.
Did you ever express that to Chad?
I just told him that I wasn't going to be coming up. That wasn't for us.
I want to stop here for a few moments and talk a little bit about Tammy. Could you just explain to the jury your relationship with Tammy?
I was Tammy's brother-in-law. I thought she was a sweetheart. She was a kind, gentle person that she really had a lot of people's best interest. She wasn't a saint. None of us are, but she was really, truly an amazing person that just loved people. And in particular, was one that would reach out to touch the individual in my.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming a bit of a narrative.
Same.
Did you get any sense from your interactions with Tammy after they started planning a move to Idaho that this is something that she wanted to do?
Judge, objection, foundation.
I'm asking based on his observations and such, Your Honor.
Overruled.
From what I observed, she wasn't thrilled about going to Idaho.
What made you feel like that without speaking to anything she may have said?
Tammy was a gal that loved to be around her family and liked to be where she was in Springville and had a good relationship with my wife.
Did Tammy also have other family in Springville?
Yes.
Who else was in Springville?
She had cousins, aunts, nieces, and nephews. The majority of my wife's family was there.
And did your family, you and your wife, have a lot of interaction with these extended family members?
Yes.
Did you ever make any observations about the way Chad and Tammy interacted with each other?
I did.
What observations were those?
Some of the observations I had were that they were happy while they were in Springville. They were a loving couple that were kind and nice to each other.
And did that change once they moved to Idaho?
Judge, I'm going to object unless there's some foundation as to how and when he observed the relationship personally.
Same.
Did you have any specific times that you came to Idaho that you observed Chad and Tammy together?
I did.
And when might some of those times have been?
We had opportunity to attend weddings of Chad's children together.
Do you remember approximately what years that happened?
I know there was one in 2018.
Did you make any particular observations in 2018 about Chad and Tammy's interactions with each other?
I felt their interactions were fine and appropriate.
After 2018, during 2018 up until Tammy's passing in 2019, to the best you can recall, can you tell the jury how often were you seeing Chad and Tammy, either in Idaho or Utah?
From what years, excuse me?
The last year of Tammy's life.
We had opportunity to interact with Tammy and Chad at a Christmas party in 2018. After that, the next opportunity that we had to interact with them was in the spring of 2018. They had an opportunity to come to Utah for one of Chad's family functions.
Judge, before an objection, can I have a your native objection?
There's no pending questions, so go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Are there other contacts that you had in that last year that you haven't mentioned yet?
Other contacts that we had would that I personally had would not be until Tammy's passing.
So in the 2018 interaction, can you describe what that was?
Chad and his family came down, stayed at our residence. We had an opportunity to sit together in a hot tub with my wife, Tammy, Chad, and myself. Interaction was happening, but Chad seemed withdrawn.
What do you mean by that?
He wasn't engaging in the general conversation of the group.
Was that something that was abnormal for you guys when you'd visit together?
I noted it because it was different.
Did you notice that at the time?
I did.
Did you bring it up with anybody or with Chad?
I didn't bring it up with Chad. Didn't have an opportunity to. I noted it with my wife.
Were there any other interactions that you had in 2018 with Chad and Tammy?
Not that wouldn't be constituted as hearsay, so I would have to say no.
When did you first learn of Tammy's passing?
I was down home running errands. My wife called me and informed me that Tammy had passed away.
What was your reaction when you heard that news?
I was stunned.
Why were you so stunned?
I had seen Tammy 2 weeks prior, and it didn't seem that somebody of her age, in her condition, should have passed.
Where had you seen her 2 weeks prior?
Tammy came to my house and stayed with my wife and I.
What was the occasion?
On that occasion, she was coming down to visit family and parents.
And you noted that part of why you were stunned was because of Tammy's condition. Will you elaborate on that for the jury, please?
For what I had observed, she was healthy. She seemed happy. She didn't seem to have anything that would cause her to die. Not that I'm an expert in that.
At that point in time, had you noticed whether or not Tammy had put on any significant weight or lost any significant weight?
I did not feel she had changed.
What did you do once you were processing this with respect to hearing of Tammy's death? What was the next thing that you did?
I returned home and gave my wife a big hug. I was devastated, and you don't know what you can do at that time, but you want to do something. And I was in a position that I felt I could coordinate efforts between Chad's family up north, our family down south, our local church congregation. And so I went to work trying to help plan that while a lot of people were just hurting.
Did you plan that with Chad or did you plan it by yourself?
I didn't plan it. I helped coordinate.
At any point after you heard the news, did you talk to Chad?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
I would say around 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. I don't know the specific time
Of what day?
of October 19th, 2019.
Would that be the day of her passing?
Yes,
And when you say around 11 o'clock, would that be in the morning or in the
in the
evening?
morning.
Did Chad call you or did you call him?
I don't recall. I think I reached out to him.
What kinds of things did you and Chad talk about in that conversation?
We discussed getting in touch with a local mortician where we were at. We discussed getting in touch with the head of the congregation, just arranging the basic things that you would for a funeral.
What, if anything, did he say about his desire for the funeral?
Said he wanted to do it Tuesday, which was a little surprising to me.
Why?
I just felt it was very quick.
Did you talk about the circumstances of Tammy's death?
I asked him what had happened.
What did he say?
He said that he was woken up by her rolling out of bed and that she passed away.
Did you press him for further information?
I just had asked because you want to know what happened, and we talked about it, and the only answer he could give me is, I don't know. I don't know. I left it at that.
In that conversation, did he mention anything about concerns that Tammy had had with her health?
No,
Did he mention any specific ideas that he may have had about her cause of death?
he did not.
And later to that day, oh, let me withdraw that. In that conversation, did the topic of an autopsy come up?
Not between he and I.
Did you get a different call later that day?
I did.
From who?
I got a call from Steve Schultz.
What was that in regard to?
Steve Schultz was the local mortician we were coordinating efforts with. And that was in regards to asking if I would assist him in retrieving Tammy and bringing her back to Springville.
Did you do that?
I did.
When did you do that?
We left the following morning, Sunday, early to go pick up Tammy.
Did you go straight to the house?
We first initially went to the Daybell residence.
Who was there?
There was myself, Steve Schultz, both of Chad's parents, Jack Daybell, Sheila Daybell were there, Garth was there, and Chad was there.
Did you have any conversations at that point with Chad?
I did.
Did you make any observations about his demeanor or mood or any of those things?
My observation was that he seemed relatively normal.
What do you mean by that?
In the fact that we had discussions initially of, I'm sorry you lost her, and general greetings.
And why would that be? What was he doing that was abnormal to you?
The thing that was abnormal was I didn't witness a lot of mourning. I did see both and observe both parents upset. Garth and I had conversation in which Garth expressed him being upset. And I had asked Chad if he was okay, and he said, no, I'm fine. I'm all cried out.
Did you continue to discuss funeral arrangements at that point?
Yes.
What kinds of things in terms of arrangements did you discuss with him?
Just when, where, what the timing would be, things that you would do at a funeral.
Was there anything about his demeanor in that exchange that stood out to you?
I would just say that it would just seemed off. And by that, I didn't feel like at the time, I didn't feel like it was normal when someone lost a spouse, but everybody does grieve differently. And so I didn't think any more about it beyond that.
Was there any more talk with Chad about the circumstances of Tammy's death at that point?
No.
Did you then, did you help Mr. Schultz remove the body and take Tammy to the
We
mortuary?
did. We went from there to the funeral home and picked up Tammy, placed her in the vehicle, and proceeded to head south.
Do you feel like at any point during that transport or the transport to Utah, did you get a chance to observe Tammy's body?
I didn't get a chance to observe Tammy's body before transporting. No.
Did you after?
After, I had an observation of just her area from the shoulders up to observe her face.
And when was that opportunity?
That was when we dropped her off at the funeral home.
Did you make any observations about her at that point?
I didn't make any observations other than I wanted to see if she would be or look appropriate enough that my wife might want to help do her hair and makeup.
After taking her to the Utah mortuary, do you recall, did you attend any viewings for Tammy?
I did.
Which viewings did you attend?
There were 2 viewings associated with her funeral. There was one that was on Monday night, and then there was one before the funeral Tuesday morning.
Did you have any interaction with Chad at the night before?
I made attempts. We didn't have a whole lot of exchange. He was busy. I was busy. And so I wanted to try to connect with him, but every opportunity I had, we just missed each other.
Was that necessarily unusual given the circumstances?
I don't feel it was unusual with the circumstances. No.
So is it fair to say at that point you didn't have any concerns about?
No, I didn't.
And then did you attend a viewing the following morning?
I did.
Did you interact with Chad at that point?
Maybe small talk, nothing substantial at that time.
Did you have a chance to observe him at that point as well?
I did.
Did you notice anything during that interaction that caused you any concern?
The family prayer, which is customary at a religious event that we have with a, a funeral. Seemed a little off. He was really shaky and very unsure on his feet and almost just seemed different.
Could you expand on that? When you say off and different, what do you mean?
He was rocking back and forth and side to side and giving the prayer and um, not crying, but trying to cry is what I felt.
Did you hear the words of his prayer?
I did, but I couldn't recall them right now.
Anything besides what you just explained at the viewing that caused you any concern?
No, I did have chance to observe Tammy in her coffin at various times, and she seemed at rest, peaceful.
And you attended the funeral.
Yes.
Did you make any observations about Chatter's behavior during the funeral?
During the funeral, I was watching one of their grandchildren in the back, and so I did not have opportunity to observe as much as I might like to, and so I did not.
And then after the funeral, did you attend, was there a family luncheon held?
There was.
Where was that held at?
That was held at the same place that we had the funeral.
Was that directly after the funeral or what time frame?
After the funeral, we proceeded to the cemetery where she was interned. And we were there for what I felt like was longer than normal. Considering everybody wanting to visit, I thought, okay, this is fine. We'll stick around for a while. And then after that is when the luncheon occurred down at the church.
Anything that stood out in your mind at the luncheon?
At the luncheon, we all arrived at the church. And while we were there for probably 25 to 30 minutes waiting for Chad to arrive. Didn't want to start, felt it might be inappropriate if he was not there. And I finally had a phone call that he informed me that he was still running behind and that we should just go ahead and get started without him.
I don't know if I missed this, but did you say how long it took for him to eventually get to the luncheon?
I didn't mention it, but I would say probably an additional 15 minutes.
So how late was he for that?
From the time that we arrived until he arrived, I would have to guess approximately 45 minutes.
Did that cause you any concern?
It didn't seem concerning per se, other than we did want to visit. We did want to have some interaction and talk with him.
Did you get that opportunity?
I did not.
Did you try?
I did.
What was the response from Chad?
The response was, we have a memorial to do tomorrow. We're going to have to load everybody up and we got to go back to Idaho. I felt it was pretty abrupt in the exit.
Was that unusual given the long history you had with Chad and his family?
Given the long history, I felt it was unusual.
After Tammy's funeral, did you notice any change or difference in terms of the relationship that you had with Chad and with his children?
He had taken off for a time, and so immediately after the funeral, within the first 30 days, not necessarily, but I didn't know what to expect following the death of a close loved one.
And if we could help the jury understand, how close were you, if you were at all, with Chad's children before the funeral?
Before the funeral, it wasn't uncommon if we wanted to reach out, text message or phone call to have interaction and conversation with them.
When you said you attended weddings earlier in Rexburg, was it for Chad's children?
Yes.
So did you regularly attend their life events?
We would make every effort that we could.
And the time that they lived in Springville with you, would you say that you had a close relationship or not?
We did, yes.
So how did that relationship change once the funeral was over? Not necessarily immediately, but in the days and weeks following.
The relationship changed primarily after we had learned of other things that had gone on.
We'll come back to that. At some point after the funeral, did you ever reach out to Chad?
I did.
When was that?
I remember reaching out to him approximately 30 days later to call to see how he was doing. I understood that he had spent some time in Hawaii, and I just wanted to do a follow-up to check in on him to see how he was doing with his wife's passing.
What kinds of things did Chad explain to you in that conversation?
In that conversation, I was informed, or I was actually asked, have I been speaking with Heather Daybell? That was the first thing he mentioned on the phone call.
Did you find that unusual?
Yes, I did,
Why?
because I wanted to talk to him and not about Heather Daybell.
And so the jury understands, was Heather Daybell someone that you had a close relationship with?
No,
How are you related to Heather Daybell, just to put it in perspective?
to put it in perspective, Chad's brother Matt married Heather, making her Chad's sister-in-law. And so at these family functions, if it was extended, we would see her. We were cordial. I didn't have anything against her, but we weren't close by any means.
Did you ever, in that phone call that you made to Chad a month after the funeral, did you ever ask him why he was asking if you talked to Heather?
Conversation was such that he asked if I had been talking to Heather Daybell, and I said no. He had said, well, she's spreading rumors about me in Rexburg, Idaho. So I asked why. And he said, well, it's not important, but while I was in Hawaii, I got married.
Was that the first time that you learned that he'd been married?
Yes,
Were you surprised by that?
very.
Why?
Because it is not common to marry somebody. At that time, I thought within a month, maybe, of a wife passing, when he was as close as he was to his spouse.
Did you find it in any way unusual or not with respect to the fact that all this history of years of closeness with Chad, that he hadn't told you before this that he got married?
We hadn't had opportunity to talk, so this is the first opportunity to talk. I'm not surprised that that was what he would tell me.
How did you react to that when he said that?
I remember literally standing there and just not knowing what to say.
Did you eventually speak?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to him and ask him about?
I asked him the first thing that came to my mind, which is, who is she?
What did he say?
He told me her name was Lori Ryan.
Had you ever heard that name before?
I had not.
Did he tell you in that conversation when he had married Lori Ryan?
In that conversation, he did not. He just explained who she was.
Did he describe her in any way, tell you anything about her?
He did.
What kinds of things did he tell you?
He explained that she was 5'6", 120 pounds, blonde, worked out, physically fit, hairdresser, and just an amazing individual.
Did he mention anything about her family background?
He had mentioned that her husband had died of a heart attack earlier in 2019.
Did he say anything about her children, if she had children or didn't have children?
I asked him if he had children, and he said that she had some grown children, but that was it.
At that point, had you ever heard of JJ and Tylee's names?
No.
Anything else in that conversation that stood out to you?
In particular, nothing that was of note, other than I was still trying to process that he had been married, and I wanted to know when he had gotten married, but he had not shared that with me.
In the days that followed, did you have another conversation with Chad?
We did.
When was the next conversation?
The next conversation was a day or two later. I'm not specific on what day it was.
And what was that conversation about?
The conversation for me was mainly trying to find out information of, when did you get married?
So did you call him? Did he call you?
I called him.
Did you call and ask him that question?
I did.
What did he say?
He informed me at that point that he had been married on November 5th.
Did he say anything else about his marriage?
Not a lot about the marriage itself.
I want to back up. Back on November 19th, did Chad ever ask you to do anything about this information that he'd been married?
You know, when he did share that information with me, the one item that was a little surprising was that he asked me not to tell anybody.
Did he give you an explanation as to why he didn't want you to tell anybody?
He just said, don't let anyone know. And I informed them he needed to call our in-laws and let them know. And he just didn't give him information. He didn't give a reason.
So then going forward to that phone call, and you had a couple of days later, did he say anything about how his kids had reacted to the marriage?
He did.
What did he say?
He informed me that his kids knew that he was going to be getting married before he went to Hawaii.
And what was your thought at that point?
My thought was, and I did ask him, how did they keep that a secret? And one of the answers the answer troubled me because he said, my kids are good at keeping secrets.
Did he explain what he meant by that at all?
No, he didn't.
Was there anything else of note in that particular conversation?
I wouldn't say there was anything of note. I was just still trying to process that I learned the date of the marriage, which was roughly 2 weeks after the funeral. And I just remember in my mind thinking that's incredibly quick. I didn't feel it appropriate.
When's the next time in your memory that you had contact with Chad?
The next time we had contact with Chad was the day, I want to say it was the day that Tammy was exhumed.
And how did that contact occur?
Contact occurred where he reached out and sent me a text message telling us that he needed to speak with me and my wife, Samantha.
And did you talk to him?
We did.
Did you call him? Did he call you?
I think that when my wife returned home that she reached out on her phone and put us on speakerphone with him.
Do you recall at least approximately when the day that Tammy was exhumed?
I want to say it was the 13th of December, but I could be wrong.
So when you spoke to him on this occasion, what specifically did you talk about?
There were more conversation between him, my wife, and he, as there was to he and I. However, we were all on a speakerphone together, and it was a conversation in which he had asked us if we had known that Tammy was exhumed and had we been responsible for that.
And I just want to invite you in these questions, just speak to what you heard from Chad, not what your wife may have said, okay?
Sure, of course.
So what did he say about it, if anything?
He wanted to know if we knew that she had been exhumed. He wanted to know if we had any responsibility for her being exhumed. And in both cases, we did not. We did not know anything about it.
Did he explain at all why he wanted to know if you had responsibility for that?
No.
What else did he ask or say to you?
During that conversation, there was a lot, but I probably couldn't testify to much of that at this point.
Did he have any comments that he made to you in regard to Tammy in that conversation?
He did have conversation regarding Tammy.
What did he say about Tammy?
In conversation regarding Tammy, the thing that stood out was that he had mentioned the day of the funeral that she had appeared to him and told him that it was time to move on.
How did you take that?
I took it to mean that if she did have conversation and told him it was time to move on, that likely it didn't mean within 2 weeks.
Why did he mention that? Was there any reason in that conversation?
I don't know why he mentioned that.
Did Heather's name come up again in that phone call?
In that phone call, I don't know. I can't testify that did or not.
Your Honor, given the time, does the court want me to continue or do we stop for a break?
You can continue on another 5 or 10 minutes, Mr. Wixom. Thank you.
Thank you. At some point in time after that, did you ever get a call from law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
That occurred approximately December 18th, 2019.
And do you remember who it was that contacted you?
I don't specifically remember, but that they requested they wanted to meet with me.
And did you do that?
We did. Yes, I did.
Where did you meet with them at?
I met with them at the Springville Police Department.
Did they explain to you what they wanted to meet with you about?
Not until I arrived.
When you got there, what was your understanding of what this was about?
When I arrived, my understanding was that there were 2 missing kids that were affiliated with Lori and Chad,
What were the names of the kids that you learned about?
JJ and Tylee.
And did they explain to you why they were asking you about?
They did.
What did they say?
They had informed me that they were children of Lori's, that these children have gone missing, that they had asked for a wellness check on the children, and that they had not been able to find them.
Did that cause you any concerns?
Yes, it did.
What were the concerns?
The concerns were primarily that in previous conversation, Chad had told me that Lori did have children, but that they were older, that they were not minor children, and that these children were missing and affiliated with the two of them.
In that conversation with law enforcement, did you learn anything else that was concerning to you?
I think I took away primarily that that was probably the biggest concern. The other concern might be that they weren't able to get in touch with them, that they weren't getting communication from them.
Do you recall approximately the date that this happened?
I believe it was December 18th.
And do you happen to recall the names of any of the law enforcement that were with you?
We're law enforcement from, I recall the agencies. There were law enforcement agencies from the FBI, the Madison County Sheriff's Department, Fremont County Sheriff's Department, and I believe Rexburg Police Department was there as well.
And during that conversation, did law enforcement ask you to do anything?
They didn't ask me to do anything specifically.
Did you do something to try to help them?
I did.
What did you do?
I told them that I'll call Chad, find out where he's at, what's going on.
Did you mean that you would do it right then and there?
Sure, why not?
In fact, did you do it right then and there?
I did.
To the best that you understand, was law enforcement listening to that conversation?
They were.
Have they informed you that they were going to record it?
I asked them to record it.
When you called, did Chad answer?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, at this time, that was some preparatory foundation, but I need to request the court the opportunity to play maybe the first 30 to 60 seconds of the recording to lay further foundation. And I don't know if you want me to do that now or do it after a break.
If it's submitted, how long is this recording?
It's 11 minutes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take the recess and then we can see if the recording gets admitted or not after that.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take our mid-morning recess then, about 25 minutes or so. So 25 after, we'll come back on with additional testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, please.
Okay, look at that. The buttons all works today. Yeah. So, wow. This is a very solid witness. He's got personal relationship to Chad. He's got a long history with Chad. He's able to testify again to Chad's change in demeanor, his change in outlook when things started to change. How it was not what he had been before. How his narrative in the way he told stories changed to fit what he was trying to convey to others, to fit the image he was trying to convey in the books that he was writing. All of a sudden, things became a little more spiritual. He sees dead people. I don't know. I amused myself a lot this morning with chuckling every time Pryor said, "Objection, narrative." And I'm like, well, you would know, wouldn't you? Mr. takes 27 sentences to ask a damn question, which isn't a question, but it's a small short story on the image that I'd like to put into the jury's mind before you get to disagree with me, witness, may I? Like, seriously. It did seem, there goes my phone. It did seem that the judge was a little annoyed with him, Yeah, Liam, it does. Let me put that one up for sure. This witness in particular shows that the family was starting to notice, or those, not just the family, but those around the situation started to notice Chad moving on like a bit too fast. I mean, we did hear testimony from those at the school that he walked in that weekend, like he wanted to get a hold of them that weekend, but came in that Monday morning after her death to file the insurance claim and to get information. I mean, he was clearly could not help himself from physically acting out the plan he had worked in his head so well. And this is going to be the unraveling of his defense. His defense is that I didn't know what was going on. It was all Lori and Alex in regards to the kids. It was all everybody else. Like, he doesn't know. Just because he was having an affair with Lori doesn't mean he knows all the evil things that everyone was doing. But mounds and mounds of evidence in regards to constant communication with each other. That's what I'm getting out of our intelligence analyst who was looking at the cell data, who could show constant, on the days that things happen, constant communication between Chad and Lori, and even Alex. If I was on the jury, I see Pryor making headway with the jury in regards to reasonable doubt. Not that the conspiracy isn't there, but that hands-on murder might exist, which I'm just thinking human nature here and trying to put myself in the jury's position. I don't know if I could vote death penalty for anyone based on conspiracy. Yes, the deaths are horrific, and I do believe that he should never see the light of day. But when it comes to a death penalty conviction, I think he's guilty, absolutely. But will they put him to death? That's another story. To me, that's an extra step that requires really focus. And the bodies do actually depict the heinous nature of the crime. The whole thing is despicable, disgusting, like every word you can think of. But does it show that he actually did that? I think we see that he knew about it. I think we see that he's complicit. But to what level of the hands-on is still pretty gray area, don't you agree? I'd love to know what you guys think about that. If you're still here during the break and you haven't wandered off for a great stretch or a cup of coffee, I'd really like to know what you guys think about that. Our judge made a comment after closing arguments from the barristers how he appreciated that they had actually managed to keep to the time estimates which they had been given. Oh, good point there. I know that Judge Boyce tries, Liam, but he's led astray often by this gnarly crew we got here. And the courthouse seems to not be cooperating either. You agree, Liam, with that everybody thinks that he was, with what I was saying, Liam? Yeah. Oh, that was right after. You mean about the death penalty, about them not being able to get there? Yes. And you being a recent juror, like just yesterday, right? I think you understand what I'm talking about. It's a different mindset. And remember, in Idaho, they're going to be able to deliberate on whether or not he's guilty, and then there'd be a separate deliberation on the death penalty, on how far to go. That's the process in Idaho. And Mandy was here earlier, and I agree with her. Oh, she had made the comment in the chat about a lot of the records getting put out of sight of us, sealed up after the fact. So I did want to dig in regards to the children and their testifying. And the best that I can come up with right now is that they were on the witness list for the defense, not the state, not for the prosecution. And that I don't see any notations, even in my notes, which my notes combine the actual documents, like I make notes from there, and then I look for the social media interpretation or other things there and see if they can be sourced or traced back. And there's no notes of the that I could see of the children giving interviews or testifying. The things that made the social media were Emma speaking out a little bit, and also Heather Daybell, or his sister-in-law, Chad Daybell's sister-in-law, his daughter Emma. Obviously, because she was on site at the arrest. We have that interview. We have seen it. There's testimony testimony there. That's how we found out that Pryor got involved right away, that Mark Means was already representing Chad Daybell. Those statements were actually used in having Mark Means removed from being Lori Vallow's attorney, because it was obvious that he was in communication with Chad Daybell all along, and now they were co-defendants. Yeah, Chad to his kids. I hear you, Katie. And the fact that he said his kids can keep secrets, it's his own words, setting his children up to perhaps not telling the whole truth. And I wonder if Garth is going to be testifying for the defense. There is some confusion in my mind, at least, of his statements of finding the body to the 911, but then the statement of Chad saying he called for Garth to help get Tammy back on the bed. Like, am I misremembering that? But I do believe that was one of Chad Daybell's statements to one of the officials, either the EMT coroner, deputy coroner, and or the coroner herself, Ms. Dace. Exactly, Liam. This is what was going through my head. I was like, I don't know if that's such a good statement there to be telling people, Chad, that your kids are good liars, that they'll do anything for you. Like, what? I mean, I'm sure it's comforting for somebody who's trying to hide so many things that are, change the way things are looked at, so people don't find out the truth. What gets me is this amazing juxtaposition in regards to Chad's thinking. Here he is thinking he's the prophet, thinking he's been here to do all this. He's been chosen, and yet he's not standing in what he did. If you really believe that everything that you are doing is sanctioned by your beliefs to be the right thing, that it's inevitable and it should be done, why was he hiding it? Why is he covering up why Tammy Daybell died? Why doesn't he just own it that she was dark and we saved her soul? And I stand behind it because I am the prophet and this is my belief. And it makes him more of a charlatan. Always, in my mind, these people, like, they will stand in their belief, use it as an excuse until you try to say that there was some wrongdoing done. And then all of a sudden it's hide. Very much a coward tomorrow, kiddo. Very much. I mean, if your convictions are that strong, why aren't you standing with them? What kind of a prophet doesn't believe in his prophecy enough to say he did the right thing? Yes, I bet the failure of many of his predictions hasn't made him think differently. Actually, because he don't think he failed. He actually just rewrites them, Liam. And apparently he tried to make the one about his wife come true. Yeah, not a great salesman. A false prophet, exactly. And good morning, Sean. Nice to see you. Or good afternoon, I should say. It's noon here now. I think it's late morning where you are, right, Sean? I get these time frames all messed up sometimes. I try to keep them all straight, who I'm talking to and where they are, but it doesn't, I'm not very successful a lot of the times. Yeah, it's like an hour or so different. All right, so late morning for you, almost. Yeah, that's standard procedure for prophets, right, Liam? Or false prophets, we should say. Why isn't that on the is this a true prophet scale? Like, if they will not stand behind all they do, then they'll put them over in the false prophet. So, but there's human nature too. Not many do. I mean, there are lots of good people that do and stand behind. Yeah, there's actual prophets. Well, you wouldn't hear me say this, so I would say there are actually those that believe they are prophets. That I could say, and I would stand behind it too. Does that make me a legitimate prophet? I don't know. I would stand behind that statement. There are actually people who believe they are prophets. Yes. But are there actual prophets? I don't know. If you literally take the word prophet as to mean, let's just look up the definition. Because if we're going to get literal about it, then probably. Let's just. Because I think it's just those that believe that they are. Let's see. A person regarded as an inspired teacher or proclaimer of the will of God. Yeah, so there are prophets. But I guess if we get into the discussion of there needs to be a God in order for there to be a prophet, that could get dicey. But there's a belief in God. We all know there's a belief in God. So therefore there are prophets, because there is, whether or not a God exists, semantical. There are those that believe in a God. So therefore there are prophets who proclaim to be inspired teachers of the word of that God. So there you go. So in a roundabout way, Liam, yes, in my opinion, there are actual prophets. And there are actual people who believe that they are those prophets, you know. Oh, tomorrow, kiddo. What a lovely play on words. Absolutely love this. I predict a series of courses could come from this. Profiting from the Profiting 101, Chad Daybell. A new course in how to grift through your ward. Is there a will of God to prophecy about? Now, come on, Liam. It's too early in the morning to give me that kind of stressful headache, isn't it? That's the kind of question that could keep us talking for days, if not weeks. Is there a link between why we call them prophets, prophet, or prophet? It does sound the same in the American language. I'm thinking that that is one of those things that in the English language, not American language, like it's not even the American language. Do you know that America has not declared English as our national language? No. I guess we have a chip on our shoulder, wouldn't you say, Liam? Anyway, we have not, which is crazy, which makes for a lot of extra expenses in all of our immigration stuff, our pamphlets, our government official things, and census that has to go for language everywhere in our school systems. Like, oh yeah, it is crazy. All because we have not declared it our national language. But anyway, this is a great play on words. Tomorrow, kiddo, the way that prophet and prophet sound exactly the same, but have two different meanings. But in our mind now, with false prophets and the way people grift through the religious community, makes perfect sense. They sound so similar. The claim is not necessarily the same as the reality. I totally get it. Yep, Mark, profits for profit. You know, one of the main black marks on the religious communities is all of those that are grifting the money on it. True. Yeah. Tomorrow, kiddo, I get that, but that wouldn't be me. And I would say that all I will say that the way that religion has infiltrated politics and always has, let's be honest, is very disconcerting to me. Can't even get that right. I don't know. It's interesting, though. Today's testimony, this witness is so clear and has such connection with Chad. It gives the jury a different picture of Chad, one up close and personal by somebody who's known him for years. It's going to be hard. Pryor's going to spend some time with this witness. Well, I shouldn't say that. It could go two ways. He could spend a lot of time trying to nitpick it, or he could save himself the trouble and not let the witness come back at him. This witness is very thoughtful, precise. He's clear speaking. He's not messing around with his words. He makes sure his sentence is understood. He clarifies. I think Pryor would get a lot of pushback from him. They also, because it's going to look bad if you push on him too hard, being a family member of Tammy, who obviously has feelings about her death, he's going to look callous. Okay. He's going to look hard. His best way is just to point out the things he couldn't possibly know. Remembering that this is all just the witness's perception of what was happening at the time and his recollections. Going to have to go with that. But I wonder if Tammy's sister is going to be testifying. She would definitely testify to the same things that her husband is, but have a much more emotional impact on the jury being so close to Tammy, because it will be evident the loss there in speaking of it. Not that the brother-in-law doesn't also feel it. Of course he does, but in the mind of the jury, you know what I mean? And also in the way that she testifies. Yeah, I think this witness would actually hold his line and not let his words get twisted. Several witnesses have. I mean, Pryor has a habit of retelling the testimony in his own words, what he wants the jury to take from it. And some of the witnesses have pushed back on that, saying that's not what I said, and also the state has been pretty good at objecting to not, to Pryor changing the words of testimony to fit his narrative. Yes, American dialect is kind of like what I mean. From Australia, it's super weird. And from the UK, it's weird that you speak mostly English. And so many say they speak American, although technically American dialect. Yes, I definitely misspoke on that one. It's definitely the English language, absolutely. I say American because I'm American, Yeah, Katie, I agree. This witness, I don't know about fire, but I would say damaging to Chad's credibility. It shows Chad in a much harsher light from a close personal relationship, which is important. This is not just law enforcement saying he seemed like a man that had something to hide, or it's not the coroner saying like he gave me misinformation. This is someone up close and personal, documenting the change in Chad, in him looking calculated, uncaring, moving on as if he had a big plan. And then they find out later about Lori and how fast he married. And then they find out later about the affair. The whole family is reeling. Tammy Daybell's family is reeling from the information that all was not as it seemed with Chad Daybell. And perhaps he is not the good religious leader through the wall that he projected to be, that he has ulterior motives of profit, like with an F, money, fame, sex, and glory. Showing that that regular stories that he told on very life-altering events, getting tossed around in the ocean near rocks and almost losing your life. It's absolutely a story that you remember and tell repeatedly through your life. It's like one of those moments in life where everything comes together, right? And now that particular story is getting changed to fit the narrative for his book, to make a better story, to make more money, to be known for these changing beliefs that he had, you know. Selfish and narcissistic. Absolutely, Sean. We could say that every day in regards to Chad Daybell. Opening statements from the prosecution. It's about sex and greed. Selfish, selfishness, attention. I would say that both Chad and Lori are attention seekers. They need to be the brightest light in the room. And when the two of them met, they figured they'd be the power prophecy couple. Yes, the chosen ones. He KJ'd it. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, amusing. Mm. We're going to go longer today in trial. We have been finishing early on Fridays for a while, but it does look like we are going to be going to at least 3 o'clock today, if not 3:30 their time, which is like 5 o'clock here on Eastern Standard to 5:30. George is going to be keeping the breaks, although this one's a little longer. The breaks are usually like, they started out at 30 minutes, then he moved them to 20. Now this one's 25. It does seem like today he's trying to keep things time-wise. Instead of allowing that break, he asked them to push through like a few more minutes to get some more testimony in. I think the judge realizes to keep to the 6 to 8 weeks, we need to pep it up a little bit. Because, you know, when Pryor gets his turn, after the state rests their case, then the defense did have a witness list. I didn't get to see it. There's just rumors about it. It got all locked up, but he did say he had expert witnesses. There has been reporting through the socials about several people that are on there, the children, some pushback in regards to the DNA, things like that. Another coroner. I thought there was someone else going over the autopsy. A medical expert of some sort. So, and also just with Pryor style, and this is all speculation on my part, I don't know, but I'm just making a prediction that him presenting his case is going to be long and drawn out. Quite the narrative. Because he gets to tell the story then, right? We kind of get held back here by the state and the judge. Well, once he has the floor, well, that's going to be another story. It's going to be we're going to have to buckle up. Yeah. We're all going to have to remember our deep breathing exercises. Mandy, I'm talking to you. I'm sure you know it. You and I should start practicing right now our deep breathing exercises for when defense presents their case. Yeah. Anyway, there's so much I've been trying to research, but with a lot of the records being locked up now, this was a very high-profile case, and it was open on the Idaho website. I have been listing that link for 2 years now or more. More actually, three to four almost, in regards to all of the filings in regards to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. But every day we end up researching some angle of it, some interesting tidbit.
All rise.
Oh, we're back. Right on time. Look at that.
Thank you. Please be seated. We could have the jurors brought in, please. Thank you.
Oh, and as we wait for the jury to be back, we'll continue with this witness.
All right, please.
Okay. Our jury coming in, and then we're going to continue with this witness, Jason Gwilliam, the spouse of Samantha William, Tammy Daybell's sister, making Jason Chad's brother-in-law of numerous years.
Here's our present count for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Mr. Gwilliam is on the stand. It's been placed under oath. And Mr. Wixom, you can continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gwilliam, just for clarity, since we had a break, I believe that one of the last things you said about this phone call was that you had asked law enforcement to record it. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Why did you ask that from law enforcement?
I wanted to know if there was going to be any answers that would help to find the two missing kids that they were inquiring about. And I thought it would be helpful that if there was information given that would assist in that. I thought it'd be good to record it.
And in the conversation, who literally participated in the conversation?
There was myself, Chad Daybell, and Lori Daybell.
Nobody else comes into the conversation?
I don't believe so.
If in fact, have you recently heard that conversation?
Recently, yes.
If you did have the opportunity to listen to the very early portion of the conversation, would that be something that you could recognize and identify?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has state's proposed Exhibit 308, which is a recording of that phone call. We would seek to have the opportunity to play the first portion for this witness to help identify it. And for clarity, we will be offering it under 801 D2.
All right. If you want to play just a very limited amount, enough to lay some foundation for the witness, and then don't publish anything more than that, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Judge. I would ask for 30 to 60 seconds.
I'm very interested in this phone call. This should be interesting.
And Your Honor, I don't know if Madam Clerk needs to do anything. I did connect the HDMI, so I intend to play it through so she did. Sir, I'm going to play a very small portion of the phone call and then ask you if you're able to identify it.
Hello. Hi, Jason. Chad, what's going on? The message. You got All right, what the heck is going on? I got people coming down from Rexburg.
Mr. Wixom, I think that's probably enough.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Gwilliam, do you recognize the voices in that call?
Yes,
Do you recognize that recording?
yes, I do.
Do you believe that that's the actual phone call that you engaged in that you've already been testifying to the jury about?
I believe that it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 308.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, exhibit 308 is admitted and you may publish if you request, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor, I do. Sir, I'm going to continue to play this call. I may stop at points and ask you some questions.
They're wanting to talk to us.
What?
Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, I have people wanting to question and talk to me about you and what you got going on. And I'm like, okay, why? And so I thought I need to reach out and find out.
Lori's here, so let me just put that speaker.
Okay, sure.
So go ahead and state what is happening so she can hear.
I have people calling me from Rexburg saying, we want to bring you in for questioning and talk to you about what's been going on, and we're trying to find some kids. And what do you know about it? And I'm going, I don't know anything. What? Why? What? Okay, no, I don't know what's going on. And so,
Yesterday, they actually went to Leah's house and tried to threaten her. We're not fully sure what they're trying to accomplish. It's mainly one detective in Rexburg.
okay,
So finally, we got a hold of an attorney, and that's pretty much where it goes from here. It's just,
just everything that you're turning on stuff. Okay.
yeah, just, we can text you his name and
Yeah, probably should.
Mr. Gwilliam, I'm going to pause there. You just heard yourself in the audio saying you probably should contact an attorney. Did I get that correct?
On that one, they had mentioned, or he had mentioned to me that they had an attorney they retained. And I wanted to get the name of the attorney so that I could then pass it on to law enforcement. And that was the purpose of that.
Okay. And the voices that we've heard so far, we've heard your voice. Just for clarity, who's the other voice?
The other voice is Chad Daybell.
say who you need to.
You know me, I don't deal with a lot of this stuff very well. I'm just like, okay, I'm a simple dude. What's going on? What do you guys want to do? What's happening? What's going on?
Your route, I don't know how you would even be involved.
I have no idea. They're just trying to go through and just kind of see if I know anything about anything going on. And I'm like, no, why would I? Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. Well, we're trying to find two kids that along with Lori, and we just want to know if they're being, sheltered down in Utah. And I'm like, what? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. So is there kids that are not involved, or what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because
No,
there,
well,
it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's separate from the Tammy situation.
well,
Mr. Gwilliam, you just heard that reference to the Tammy situation. What did you take that to mean from Chad when he said that?
When he said the Tammy situation, I can only, the fact that he had buried her soon, married Lori as quickly as he did. I don't know that it would be a situation, and I don't know what he means by situation at that point.
Would it be fair to say at that point in time that you didn't have any knowledge of any investigation related to Tammy?
I didn't know of anything.
And had Chad ever discussed anything like that with you in any of the prior phone calls?
Let me backtrack slightly. Possibly the Tammy situation could be in reference to him calling previously to ask about her exhumation.
They're trying to combine it all together.
well, So do you want to send me that attorney's number? Do you want to text it to me or?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, if you can do that, that would be helpful, I'm sure. So,
they're just grasping at straws. I still feel Heather Daybell's behind it.
okay.
Just, she's an evil woman and,
It's her in-law that's this
yeah,
officer. Who,
Detective Hope.
yeah, did he call?
Just to inquire, at that point in time, had Heather Daybell contacted you about any of this?
At that point in time, I don't know that Heather and I had conversation about that. I can't recall.
You?
No,
Was it
he didn't call me. It was another individual. And so, yeah, that's where I'm like, okay, this is getting a little bit weird here. And so I thought I'd reach out to you to find out, you know, what's going on. And so.
So
anyway.
we pretty much blocked them. It's a simple situation, but we just can't tell you because then you'd have to be involved.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I get it. That's fine. So at that point, they're talking about bringing down like a host of like FBI people involved and stuff.
You just heard Chad describe the situation as a simple situation.
Correct.
And he said, I can't tell you because I don't want to get you involved.
That was what was stated.
And you said, okay, I understand. What did you mean by that comment?
At that point, I felt that it possibly was a smaller situation. I didn't know what the situation was. And so at that stage, I think he was just trying to keep me out of the loop.
And I'm like,
It's
I don't
just a-
want, you know, I don't need that. It's Christmas. So, you know, that's where I'm just going, all right, that's interesting. So, okay.
Well, if you don't know anything, which
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
No, I don't know anything. And so that's good news at that point in time. So, okay.
I don't know how they would have done that other than Heather. She knows our friendship.
Oh, sure. No, of course. And so, yeah. And that's why I was like, yeah, maybe I better get a heads up about what they might have to say or what's gonna happen or what they're talking about doing. And so if you've got that name on that, I'll just say, hey, look, you know what, you may just want to go talk to these people. I don't need to, you know, be involved in the whole thing. So,
I'll text you the attorney's name. He's a calm, collected individual. We're happy with him, but
gotcha. So
It's-
on that, it just,
Everybody that we know, it's just so dumb.
so on that, is this an attorney that's just, is he out where you're at? Is he local? How would I, if I needed to?
he's in Rexburg.
He's a Rexburg attorney? Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. So,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
It's Pittsburgh police who are being whatever.
yeah, they've
It's
gone,
Heather's in-law
right.
is this detective that's bugging everybody. So
Yeah. They seem to think that there's stuff that's being hidden and that they're wanting to try to get to the bottom of what's being hidden. And I'm like, if you know, I don't know what your guys are talking about. It kind of catches you off guard when you have them call you up and start chatting with you. And you're going, okay, I don't know anything about this stuff here. And so, yeah.
This is a different issue that doesn't involve any Douglases.
Okay. Well, with that being the case, that's fine. I just thought it,
that you're being bothered.
no,
Or
it's
sorry,
fine.
being bothered.
I think they're just trying to,
Just to be clear, Mr. Gwilliam, who are the Douglases that are being referenced?
That would be in reference to my wife's family. We all lived within a close proximity to each other.
Is Douglas your wife and Tammy's maiden name?
Yes, it is.
just go down every possible route and road that they can, I suppose. And so,
And so if they happen to bother Ron and Phyllis or anybody, just the same attorney.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you'll get me that information, that would be helpful with regards to that. So. that
Yep,
way-
I'll text it to you.
Bartholic, Sean Bartholic.
Yeah, it's a
is his
weird name.
What, Sean what?
Bartholic.
Oh, Bartholic. Okay. Barth. Yeah, that is a little different.
Same name, but
Yeah, that works out just fine. So,
this detective is Matt and Heather's daughter's father-in-law.
Oh, okay, so there's a relation to
No,
Heather with regards to
Paid
everything.
off or what? He is
We don't
just
know if
so
he's getting paid
persistent.
off or what, but he's bugging everybody we know for
It's
no reason.
basically a
And he won't even
custom.
call us. He doesn't call us ever to ask us any questions. He's just trying to get information from anybody else that will give him information.
Sweet, so should I tell him to call you and you'll give him the information so they'll leave me alone?
Yes.
All right, maybe I'll do that. If they say come over, I'll say, hey, you got their number, call them. You know, and so,
It's like he's circling us rather than talking direct.
so he's
Exactly.
basically taking every angle possible and trying to come in and chat with you guys rather than just saying, hey, pick up the phone, call you and you'll chat with him. Nice.
I changed this number
What,
and
Don?
Garth gave him my number 3 weeks
They've
ago.
had the numbers.
Oh, no kidding. Well,
And just won't call me.
I'll just tell him, pick up the phone and call the guy. Hello, it's not that hard, you know, reach out and touch someone. So
I'll probably just start with the attorney's
I'll
number.
just say,
at this
here, you
point.
know what, go talk to Mark or whatever you are at. And so, anyway,
Yeah.
so,
You can say that. You can say that, we've been instructed by our family attorney to not speak to any police, and here's his number. You can contact him. And that he can cover the whole entire family.
okay.
Jason, at that point, from your perspective, did you see any need not to talk to police?
I did not see a need for them not to communicate with the police.
Did you personally have any concerns if the police were going to interact with you about this issue?
No.
We heard the name Ron and Phyllis. Who is that?
Ron and Phyllis are Chad and I's in-laws.
No, that's fine. So, you guys,
By our family attorney. This is his name, so here you go.
well, no, that's fine. That's what I'll do at that point.
Just to all your family.
And then I'll just turn around and say, by the way, if you want to just pick up the phone and call him, why don't you? So,
Right.
anyway, that's,
That's what I told him.
oh, did he? Oh, so are the kids, what are their plans for Christmas then? Are they just gonna be hunkered down? Are they back in Rexburg at home?
Emma's gonna stay. Garth and Leah are gonna go on a little vacation.
Okay, are they,
At that point in time, Mr. Gwilliam, when you said, are the kids going to be back in Rexburg, which kids were you referring to?
I was referring to my nieces and nephews, Chad's children.
At that point in time, did you have any information or ideas where JJ and Tylee were?
I had no idea.
Did you have any information at that point about where Chad and Lori were?
I did.
Did it come from Chad?
I don't recall who it came from, whether it was through him or through his children. I don't recall.
going before, we were talking, I do that trip every year that I take the kids on.
Right.
That I just get away beforehand. And I actually thought about going up to the hardware ranch and I was gonna call Garth and say, hey, everybody else is married. Why don't you come go to the hardware ranch and have a square or something with us?
I think they're gonna leave the 23rd, so
Oh, okay. That would put him,
then
Well-
Seth's gonna head out to. I think Garth's actually going down this weekend to.
I
talk
did hear he was coming down. He was gonna be down. They didn't make it last week and I guess it snowed quite a bit or I don't know what
Yeah.
happened. I don't want to drive the Moab Pass in a snowstorm either, so,
Or,
yeah.
so anyway, in terms of Cammy's autopsy or whatever, I did talk to, you probably heard from Ron and Phyllis how that went.
Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't. Samantha did, and I haven't been home to get a chance to chat with her about it all yet. And so,
One day last Wednesday, a week ago, I haven't heard a thing.
oh, no
That's the
kidding.
thing, because I have not heard a thing. If Lori and I didn't hear through relatives, we would have no idea.
No, and that surprised me because someone had said, hey, go check out the cemetery. And I'm going, okay, why? I don't go to the cemetery. I'm not the former Chad Daybell, the guy that digs up. And so I go over and I'm like, where's the grass? Of course, Samantha at that point, okay, what's going on? I don't know. I don't know. So when we talked to you last week, I hadn't heard anything. And then a couple of days later, people are going, hey, there's stuff going on around here. You may want to go take a look. Okay, that'd be good to know. So anyway, yeah. What do you got planned for Christmas then? Anything good? Did I lose you? Oh, are you there?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. I say, as far as Christmas goes, what do you got planned then on that?
We're just where we're at for now.
I think it's breaking up on me. What was that?
We're not going to Idaho.
No, you don't want to go to Idaho, so that's for sure. He's gonna be hanging out doing I'm just curious to know how Mele Kalikimaka Hawaiian Christmas works out, so. I guess I'm just jealous more than anything else. So. Anyway, did I lose you? I think I lost you. I lost you.
Mr. Gwilliam, I'm just, again, having listened to the full audio, is there any reason for you to think that that audio was altered in any way?
I don't believe it was.
You could capture the full conversation.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean when you told Chad, you don't want to go to Idaho? What was your reference about that?
He had informed me that basically he didn't want to have to talk to cops face to face. He'd rather just them call. And so I just making small talk at that point.
At that point in time, or any time subsequent to that, I'm sorry, did you ever talk to Chad again?
That was the last communication Chad and I ever had.
And ever had? There's
Yeah.
no other communication. Why is that?
Couldn't tell you.
Did you make efforts to reach out?
There was another time after the first of the year that I made an effort to make a phone call and it was unsuccessful.
The number that you called, was that the same phone number that you had been calling for this call, for example?
Yes.
When you say unsuccessful, did nobody answer? Were there voicemails? I mean, what
I
do you-
couldn't testify to, I can't recall.
You just didn't contact them.
Right.
Do you ever recall any follow-up, missed calls back from Chad to your phone, any emails, any text messages?
No.
And at some point, did you learn of where JJ and Tylee had been found?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. And for the record, I have States Exhibit 308 as played. I'd like to give back to the marshal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. All right, once you're ready, cross Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Mr. Gwilliam.
Morning, Mr. Pryor.
Mr. Gwilliam, you had mentioned that you were a close brother-in-law with Chad from approximately 1997 to 2015. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And during that time, were both of you well, let me rephrase that, Judge. During that time, both of you were involved in your LDS faith in Springville, Utah. Would that be fair?
Chad and I attended the same ward. Yes.
Okay. And that's what I was getting at.
Yes.
And as far as your participation in that ward, did either of you hold any positions of authority or deference in that ward during that time?
Yes.
And which positions were those, sir?
I don't recall specifics. I can tell you to speak to Chad, and I want to preface this by saying absolutely loved Chad. Was an amazing individual. He served as a counselor in our bishopric as well as a president of the Elders Quorum, which is an organization group of men.
Okay. So he held a bit of a prominent position within the church from 97 to 2015.
I would say at various times throughout that, yes, not all at the same time.
And during the same time, he was writing these books that you expressed some concern about, correct?
He was starting to write the books at that time frame.
Well, 2006, he started writing the books is what you recall. Is that correct?
I would say yes,
And he was writing those throughout 2015. Is that correct?
he was.
Okay. And there were no concerns at this point. These were just topics of interest that Chad expressed in and wrote about in his books. Would that be fair?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And then he moved in 2015 to the Rexburg area. And are you aware if he continued to write these books?
From my understanding, he continued to publish his books at that time.
And as a close friend of his, are you aware that he continued his activities and participation in the LDS faith up until the incidents that involve this case?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Are you aware of whether he continued to participate in his LDS faith up until the facts that led to this particular case?
My
Objection,
understanding
that's
is
the
he
same
did.
answer, Your Honor, or same question, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, he continued to publish books.
And you described how the relationship in Springville between Chad and Tammy was a relatively normal marital relationship. Do you recall that?
They had what I would consider a normal marital relationship, yes.
And your testimony previously was that up and through 2018, that marital relationship, from your observations, continued to be relatively the same.
I didn't observe them as much when they were in Idaho as I did when they were in Utah. But from my perspective and what I observed, I would agree.
Okay, and I'd like to go over a little bit of the time frame from 2015, the frequency with which you had contact with Tammy and Chad from 2015 forward. You mentioned a couple of family events. What else was there? Let's start with like 2015. Do you have any specific recollection of what you may have participated in with both Tammy and Chad in 2015?
In 2015, we did not go to Idaho.
Okay.
They would come down to Springville quite often. They still had some medical things going on with regards to kids and braces, things that would carry over from one area to another. And so that we would see them more in 2015 when they would attend and come south to where we were.
Okay. And in 2016?
2016 was when I got a letter censuring me to say, hey, this is what you need to be doing. And
Okay.
so we did take the opportunity in 2016 to visit more often.
Okay. And how often, when you say more often, how often is that?
I would say during 2016, we probably went up there 3 to 4 times.
Okay.
And again, they would continue to come down south and visit us down there.
And was that a frequent visit down to Springville?
There was back and forth. Probably we would engage in physical seeing of each other, likely once a month.
Okay. And then again in 2017?
In 2017, I don't recall, but a lot of similar activity continued.
Okay. 2018?
In 2018, there were some weddings, mission farewells, of which we went north. They did, again, come down south for just various activities. There was a family Christmas party, and there were times that we would get together for various reasons.
And you mentioned something, at least my notes reflect that there was an event in spring of 2018.
Spring of 2018. I don't know that it was, let's see, spring of 2018. I don't think it was spring of 2018.
Okay.
Excuse me. No, I'm not going to testify to that. I don't recall.
Okay. And then there was a Christmas party in 2018, correct?
There was.
That was that 2018 going into 2019, or was it 2017 going into 2018?
It was 2018 going into 2019.
And nothing particular. Again, the relationship between, at least what you observed, seemed to be relatively similar to what you've experienced.
From my observation, yes.
Okay. All right. And Chad still engaged with his children, still engaged with Tammy, engaged with the extended family as well, correct?
Typically, when Chad would engage with the extended family, it was more he and I going off,
Okay.
communicating, having a conversation about various things in life going on.
Okay. And then what I understand you're saying is after 2018, after Christmas, that's when you may have observed some changes. Is that fair?
I would say in 2019, we did not see them as much.
Okay. But to your knowledge, Chad continued to publish his books.
To the best of my knowledge, he continued with his book company.
And when we talk about, and were you aware about what Tammy's involvement was in regards to the publishing company?
I knew what she was involved in when she was in Springville.
Okay. You didn't have an occasion to delve into how she participated or what her participation was in the publishing company. Is that right?
Not when they were in Idaho. I just didn't observe that.
Okay. Now, I want to go to the interview that you talked about when you were contacted by law enforcement to be interviewed. And can you give me the date of that again?
Which time? The time when I went initially?
I believe it was at the Springville Police Department around December 18th.
That sounds accurate.
Okay, do you recall who was there for that?
Again, I can testify to agencies. I can't tell you individual people.
Okay. Did those agencies, when you were there, identify who they were?
They did.
Okay. And which agencies?
The agencies that I recall would have been FBI,
Okay.
Springville Police Department, because they were hosting. There were individuals from Rexburg, meaning I don't know if it was police department or Madison County. And there were Fremont County representatives.
Okay, and when you say representatives, were those all police officers?
From my recollection, I believe they were all police officers.
Okay, no one represented themselves as anything other than a police officer at that time?
At that time, it was represented as law enforcement.
Okay. I'm gonna have you look to my left, and the gentleman sitting at the seat with the red tie, do you recognize him?
I do.
And he was there at that time for the interview. of you.
Objections to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He was there at that time during the interview of you as well, correct?
I couldn't recall whether he was there or not.
Okay. But needless to say, nobody at that meeting identified themselves as a prosecutor of any agency at that point. Did you recall that?
At that meeting, there were individuals that were speaking. At that point, they did not represent whether they were law enforcement, whether the only one that stood out that seemed different to me was an individual that claimed to be with FBI. And I thought that was different just because you don't normally deal with the FBI.
Okay. Now, during the call that you recorded, I heard reference to a family attorney.
Yes, sir.
You heard that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the impression from the phone call that, or did you get the impression that the suggestion was that this was a family matter?
I got the impression that there was a civil situation going on because of two missing kids, and they gave me an attorney's number to go ahead and contact them. And so for it being civil, criminal, at the time, I didn't know the difference, didn't care. I wanted to know about two kids.
Okay, but you did hear the reference by one of those folks, Chad or Lori, about it being a family attorney, correct?
I heard the reference to being attorney, whether family or not, I heard attorney.
Okay. Would it help you to refresh your recollection by listening to the tape?
Not necessarily. If you're
Okay.
saying that's what you heard, then we can do that. We can go there.
Okay. And did you hear a reference that about Garth giving them the number to contact Chad and Lori?
It was either, I think it was Garth that was given the number a few weeks earlier.
Okay. And a few weeks earlier from this recording would have been when?
I would probably, and this is a guess because I can't say and can't testify to it, but I would anticipate that it would be around the time of an exhumation.
Okay. And in regards to the exhumation,
Big word.
big, for me it is.
Well, big word bonus for both of us.
Okay. In regards to the exhumation, did you have any information as to the length of time or how long that process took?
Not until it was mentioned by Chad in the phone call
Okay.
What was involved, I had no idea.
Were you aware that the exhumation was just a one-day situation?
Objection, counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge about the length of the exhumation
Currently or previous or what time?
right now?
Currently, I understand that it was a process that took 24 hours, I presume.
And according to the tape, what you understand, was it your understanding that Chad was not informed of that process until afterwards?
I don't think that anybody in the family was informed about the process, so it wouldn't surprise me that he wasn't either.
Okay. And the information you have is that you folks weren't advised of it, correct?
Negative, we were not.
And as far as you know, Tammy's mother and father weren't apprised of it, were they?
My understanding is that nobody within the realm of the Douglas family was advised of what was taking place.
And as far as the Daybell family, can you speak to that?
I can't speak for the Daybell
Okay.
family.
There was some mention of a detective who was related to Heather Daybell. Do you recall hearing that on the tape?
There was, Chad identified him, if you listened closely enough, Detective Hope.
Detective Hope?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And do you recall what the relation is between Detective Hope and Heather Daybell?
The relation as he described it was Chad's brother, Matt, and Heather had a daughter, and that their daughter married Detective Hope's son. Little convoluted, little long way around to get to the relationship there. That's my understanding.
Well, it's not unusual, and as an example, Springville, Utah is a very tight knit. You know, I'm just
I know where you're going. Yes.
very tight knit community,
Sure.
very deeply faith LDS community.
I would say that it is.
Okay, and in regards to Rexburg, St. Anthony, Salem, same thing. Very tight knit community.
My understanding is that they're very similar communities. Yes.
Right. And it's not unusual to have extended relatives and that everybody, for lack of a better word, everybody knows everybody else.
There are a lot of people that talk in smaller towns. I would agree with you on that.
Okay. Okay. Now, at the time, Chad made a comment, it's a simple situation. Do you recall him saying that on the tape?
It's on the tape.
Okay. And that discussion of a simple situation, what did you take that to mean?
I'll be honest, I don't know what he meant by a simple situation at that time.
Could it have been that he was merely reflecting that they had a family law attorney and that the family law attorney was going to take care of the simple situation?
I think it could have been any number of things
Okay.
at that point in time. There was a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, and a lot of information starting to come out that didn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. There was also some mention of an officer allegedly harassing Leah. Did you hear that?
Yes, it sounds to me like there was an officer that may have been communicating with her or in his terms, harassing her. I don't know what that was about.
And Leah is who?
Leah would be Chad's third child, second daughter.
And Leah lived where?
At that time, my understanding is she would have lived up in Idaho.
There's a discussion of Steve Schultz. And you know Steve Schultz.
I do know Steve Schultz.
Now, is there some, I don't know how to say this. Is there some familial relationship with Steve Schultz in your family?
I am not related to Steve Schultz.
But you would describe him as a close friend
Steve Schultz is a close friend of mine. Yes,
and a close friend to Chad's as well.
absolutely.
And both of you know him quite well.
We have known Steve for probably 12, 15 years. I'd say he's a good friend, good man.
Honorable man.
Yes.
The time that you came up to Rexburg for the visit, you recall talking about that with the prosecuting attorney?
Which visit are you referencing?
The one where, I think it was shortly after 2015, where you came up and were looking around and Chad took you over to
It would have
BYU.
been in 2016.
2000,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 2016.
Please make sure to not talk at the same time as each other.
Thank
Wait
you.
for his question to be finished. Thank you.
And as soon as I said that, I realized I did exactly what the judge told me not to do. So I'm going to slow down. So you went to the BYU campus at that point.
We did.
Did you happen to go to the BYU library?
I don't recall going to the BYU library. Specifically, he wanted to point out to me the conference center that was new on campus. But as far as the library goes, I don't recall if we went there or not.
Did you have any knowledge as to whether Chad made it an occasion to go to the BYU library on a regular basis?
I don't know what his habits were with that.
Okay. And Judge, could I just have a moment, may I?
You may.
And at the time when you showed up to see Chad at Tammy's passing, you went there obviously with Mr. Schultz, correct?
I did.
And at that point, Chad had indicated to you that he was all cried out. Is that right?
That was the expression, or as close to the expression that he used with me that I can recall.
Okay. And when he did the family prayer, was it your understanding that he wanted to cry, he just wasn't crying?
I wasn't sure what he was doing at that moment. It
Okay.
didn't seem as conventional as I thought from my perspective.
Have you read any of his books?
I've had occasion to read a few of his books, yes.
And do you understand those books to be fiction or nonfiction?
When I first read them, my understanding is that they were stories that he had just made up. I later come to understand, and he told me that these were based on events that were to occur,
With some literary license, correct?
likely.
Embellishment in any event, correct?
Mm, I would presume so under the circumstances.
So if, when you read his books initially, you felt that they were just nonfiction, correct?
Just a simple reading, yeah.
And then you discovered that he has a pattern when he writes books, he draws from personal experiences, correct?
He has a tendency to draw from personal experiences, bring personal characters into based on people that he knows and or has an interaction with.
Right, he wrote a book about his, boy, she'll kill me if I say this, the oldest daughter, Emma.
Yes, sir.
There was a series about Emma, is that right?
That were based loosely around. I think that's correct. Yeah.
And that was consistent with his pattern to write books and then either embellish or take some literary license, correct?
I would think that at first he wanted that to be the case, but as he explained to me, these are things that are going to be occurring and that will happen. I would say the literary licenses would come with who the characters are.
Right.
And what the character development, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
And on this issue, you talked a little bit about visions and some of these events that took place. Is that something, having visions and expressing those beliefs, something that's inconsistent with the LDS faith?
I would say with the general LDS faith of the general membership, that to have visions and to share them publicly is not something that's very common.
But to have visions?
I would think that people receive inspiration and guidance for themselves. I don't know that you would constitute them as visions, and I wouldn't say that everybody does, but I can't speak for a general populace of several million.
So, and that's fair.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, the it's not the having guidance or having some inspiration or divine vision. What you have issue with, if I understand, is the expressing and telling people about those respective visions. Is that fair?
I would say that most people don't have expressive visions. I would think that that's not really the case. I would think that people have general inspiration with regards to their lives and what they might do, but probably not express them as much.
Okay.
And I can't speak for what everybody does. I don't know.
And to recoup a little bit, when you talk about Chad's books, when he's talking about individual characters, that's where you see him embellishing or taking literary license. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't say embellishing so much as literary license in that you're going to change their name. You can't use somebody's specific name necessarily. Change their name, put them in a character position of whatever.
And maybe for purposes of trying to sell the books, maybe flavor the stories a little bit so that they're a little more marketable, correct?
I can't speak to what he does. I did talk with him about his books often, and in cases of where it was at, he would finally tell me, no, these are how things are going to go. This is what's going to happen. These are how the characters are going to be. It was, I don't know. I don't know what his end result was with it other than sell books. Sure.
But in terms of the predictions and the visions, that was him where he had a faith and belief in that, correct?
I think he did. I
Okay,
think he
but in
felt that
term-
was a direct, sorry,
No, I interrupted you.
you're good.
But in terms of the actual individual characters, that's where you could expand on things and make it more marketable, correct?
If you're going public with something like that, possibly.
Okay, all right. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Redirect, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Mr. William, you were asked a number of questions about a number of topics.
Yes, I was.
Do you recall questions about whether or not you had been informed about Tammy's exhumation?
I do recall.
As you sit there today, are you concerned at all that you weren't informed about Tammy's exhumation?
I'm not concerned that I wasn't informed. I would like to have known, certainly, but it wasn't a tipping point for me.
You were asked some questions about who was present at various law enforcement interviews that you've had.
Yes,
And if I heard you correctly, you don't remember any names. Is that right?
having that thrown that question at me in that moment, I don't recall any names. If I search deep enough, I'm sure I could recall some names.
Let me ask this question. Reflecting back, let me withdraw that. To the best of your recollection, how many law enforcement contacts have you had relative to Chad?
I don't want to say the term a surprising number because that's not where I want to go, but I would say probably 20-ish, maybe more. There have been a lot of individuals that we've talked to, that we've expressed challenges that we've had with, and I don't recall a certain number.
I want you to reflect back and think, during those law enforcement contacts, did any of those members of law enforcement in any way try to influence what you would say or do?
No, they did not.
Did you, in working with law enforcement, ever tell them anything that wasn't true, the best that you understood?
I did not.
Did you ever get any feeling that they were trying to influence you?
I have a brother who's a police officer. I've never felt intimidated by a police presence, and I didn't feel that they were doing anything more. The process of dealing with a lot of this until the kids were found was just, can we find some children? That was their primary concern, and that's what I felt they were trying to express and see what they could do.
In any of your interactions with law enforcement, did you ever have any inclination that they weren't sincere about the desire to find these children?
I did not.
Calling your attention to the December 18th law enforcement interaction when you made the phone call, either at any point in the interaction, did the phone number that you used to call Chad, did you make sure that law enforcement had that phone number?
I definitely did.
You were asked a lot of questions about Chad's book publishing.
Correct.
From 2015, 2014 forward, did you have any concerns about his book publishing and how they might be influencing Chad?
On his book publishing or authors he published? Or
Any part of his book publishing that may have influenced Chad, or concerns if you had those?
I was concerned with one particular author that he really seemed to push a little more, but that might be it.
You were asked about potential embellishment. I do want to draw your attention back to the La Jolla, California and Flaming Gorge incidents we talked about earlier.
Yes,
I think you explained that originally they were experiences. At some point, Chad explained them to you as a near-death experience.
correct.
Was there some point that Chad began talking about or teaching near-death experiences?
I would say yes.
About when was that?
I would say probably around the time frame that he moved from Utah to Idaho, that became more of a focus in talking about and dealing with near-death experiences, and had a couple of authors that had similar views.
Did that cause you any concern?
Initially, no, because I was fascinated a bit with that. But over time, as I thought and reflected on it, it became a little bit more of a concern because of the consistency and frequency and the number of people within the group that were still having those particular experiences.
Why were you concerned in that regard?
I was concerned because it just seemed like it was almost to an unhealthy level.
What do you mean by unhealthy?
It became a focus of sorts, that, and it did primarily that.
Mr. Pryor had asked you a question in relationship to Chad's statement in the phone call that was recorded about it being a simple situation. Do you remember that question?
I do.
At some point, did you learn that Tylee and JJ were buried in Chad's backyard?
I did.
Do you consider that a simple situation?
I think it's far from a simple situation.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Pryor, any requests for recross?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, I'll allow some limited recross.
On the recording, again, we talked about the simple situation. You're talking about the end result as far as what happened with the two children, correct?
Correct.
But at the time on the tape recording, there was reference at least once or twice to a family law attorney. And isn't it true that you know Chad, wouldn't that imply that he believed that this was a custody matter?
I don't know what he implied by simple situation. I can't speak for what his intention behind that was. He did give me an attorney's number. And at the time that was going on, I had met with law enforcement. I didn't feel it was a simple situation by that point. I don't know why he would state that.
Okay, but I'm not asking what you thought.
Mhm.
I'm asking you as someone who has known Chad for a significant amount of time,
Mhm.
for him to make a statement that it was a simple situation and then providing you with a family law attorney's information.
Objection, Your Honor. This is calling for speculation.
Sustained.
The prosecutor brought up on the number of people that were at that December 18th meeting. Do you physically recognize the prosecutor at the end of the table closest to me.
Asked and answered objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That will conclude the testimony then of Mr. Gwilliam. As I mentioned previously, not subject to the exclusionary order, so he can go ahead and step down. That concludes your testimony. I don't know if he'll be recalled or under subpoena. If there's anything anyone wants to tell him regarding a subpoena, you can do that. Otherwise, we'll just move on to the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state doesn't have an intention, but he's excluded from the exclusion order, so we don't have any concerns with releasing him from the subpoena today.
All right. Mr. Pryor, is he under subpoena on the defense?
Judge, he's not under subpoena. And Judge, I apologize. I was distracted. Did the state say that they're going to keep him available?
At this point, we'll release him, but I'm
No
not
objection,
waiving
Judge.
the right to perhaps call him later.
Okay, you are released from your subpoena then, based on the statement of the state. So you may go ahead and step down. Thank you for appearing and testifying. Who's going to be calling the next witness?
The state will call Samantha Gwilliam.
Very well. Is that you, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so. Yes. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, on this witness again, no exclusionary order applying here. So Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record and spell it?
My name is Samantha Gwilliam, SAMANTHA
Miss Gwilliam, are you related to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
How are you related to her?
She's my sister.
And do you know Chad Daybell?
Yes, I do.
How did you know him?
He was married to her.
Miss Gwilliam, do you recall sometime around the end of 2019 being contacted by law enforcement in relation to a pet cemetery?
Yes,
Had you been to Tammy's house in Idaho?
yes, I had.
How many locations did she live at in Idaho?
Just the one.
Had you seen the property?
Yes, I had.
Your Honor, we had previously stipulated to some photos that were taken of the Daybell property. And I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23A and also State's Exhibit 23F. I have a copy for counsel, one for the record, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor of each of those.
All right, I'll take a look.
And if the witness may be shown one of each.
I ended up with 223Fs. I think the witness.
I have the same.
Yeah, let's try to sort these out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gwilliam, do you recognize what's in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, based on the fact that these were stipulated, the state would move for the admission of 23A and 23F.
Any objection?
No, Judge, these were stipulated to, and there's no objection.
Very well. So both 23A and 23F are now admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 23A first?
You may.
Do you recognize, let me back up. Are you aware whether or not Tammy had a pet cemetery?
She did.
Can you tell from this picture approximately where it would have been located?
There's two posts in the center of the picture. You can kind of see a tiny little black head of a dog statue. To the right of it in the picture is the fire pit. And then to the left, further along the edge of the picture is the red barn.
And Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 23F?
Yes.
And is that a closer view without the red barn in the picture?
Correct. And the fire pit is just to the right.
And where approximately was the pet cemetery located?
It is right there by where the dog was at. My niece's dog had passed away, so they buried it there along with a cat that had been hit out on the highway, and I believe a duck as well.
Was it common for Tammy to have a pet cemetery?
Absolutely. We've had pets in our family for years, and they become like family. And when they pass away, we would bury them on our properties so that they were nearby us.
And did you know if Tammy continued to have pets into her adult life?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 298 now. Again, I have a copy for counsel, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and a copy as the exhibit. Or proposed exhibit. May I have the witness shown a copy?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Gwilliam, do you recognize who's in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Do you know approximately when this photo was taken?
In 2015-ish, it was a family picture. One of our neighbors took family pictures of the Daybells.
Does this appear to be a close-up from one of the family photos?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 298.
No objection.
Very well. Exhibit 298 is admitted.
Permission to publish, please.
May publish.
And again, Ms. Gwilliam, who are we seeing here?
This is my sister, Tammy Daybell.
How many siblings do you and Tammy have?
There's 5 of us all together. I have 3 brothers, and Tammy was my only sister.
Where did Tammy fit in the line?
She was the second oldest.
So the two of you were the only girls?
Yeah.
Were you close growing up?
Yes. There's 4 years between us, so close enough that there was maybe minor squabbles, but we were more best friends.
Did you maintain that closeness into adulthood?
Yeah, we did. We saw each other, talked almost every day.
Do you recall when Tammy started dating Chad?
Yeah, I do.
Had you known Chad prior to them dating?
I didn't know him personally. I knew of him and his family. He had some brothers that I went to school with because I was younger.
Did you like Chad?
Yes, I did.
How did you feel he treated Tammy initially?
He was a good husband and father.
After Tammy was married, did you maintain contact with her?
Yes, we did.
Did Chad ultimately end up becoming friends with your husband?
Yes, he did.
And was their relationship close?
Yes, it was.
Prior to Tammy moving to Idaho, how close did the two of you live together, live by each other?
We lived in the same neighborhood at one time across the street. And then as we kept purchasing homes in the same neighborhood, it was just, around the block and then 2 blocks.
How often did you see Tammy prior to her moving?
We saw each other almost every day.
And was that when you both lived in Springville?
Yes,
How many kids do Tammy and Chad have?
they have 5.
Did they have grandkids?
Yes.
Do you know, or were you aware if Tammy wanted to move to Idaho?
At the beginning, I do not believe she wanted to.
Prior to moving to Idaho, did Tammy work somewhere?
Yes, she worked at Springville High School as the special ed secretary.
And before that, had she worked somewhere else?
Yes, she worked at Art City Elementary. She was their computer technician, and she taught computer classes to all the students.
So both of those positions, she worked with children?
Yes.
And you talked about her working with computers. Was there something interesting about Tammy and computers?
Yeah, she was very talented with those. She wasn't officially trained at a college or anything, but she just could figure them out. There'd be a new program that would come out and she would learn it, and we would all ask her questions about how to use it.
When Chad and Tammy, well, actually, when Chad and Tammy moved to Idaho, did Chad talk to you about potentially moving up there as well?
Yes, he said he had a vision that they should move up there.
And did he also want you to move up there?
Yes, he did.
Were you willing to do that?
We thought about it because I didn't want to be separated from my sister.
At some point, did you see an email in relation to Chad's views on why you wouldn't move up there?
Yeah, I did. I read an email that he sent that said that I had evil spirits that were keeping me from coming to Idaho to see that I should be up there. And it made me very unhappy.
When Tammy and Chad first got married, do you know what Chad did for a living?
He was going to school when they first got married, and he was also working at the Springville Parks Department on their cemetery crew.
Do you know, as part of his employment, if he was involved in digging graves?
Yes, he was.
At some point, did Chad hold a different position with the cemetery?
Yes, he was eventually the sexton there.
How did you find out about your sister passing away?
I received a phone call from Chad that morning.
What did he tell you?
He told me that she was really sick and had had a coughing fit and was in the bathroom throwing up around midnight, 1 o'clock. And then that morning, he woke up when she had fallen out of bed.
Were you surprised by this information?
Absolutely surprised.
Did it make any sense to you?
No, I had just seen her 2 weeks prior to that, and I had no idea that she was so sick that something like that would happen.
When you saw her 2 weeks earlier, how did she appear?
She looked perfectly healthy. Tammy had had a bout, and this has been a few years ago, when she was getting her depression under control, that she struggled with her health a little bit. But after that, she made a concerted effort, to get on the right medication. And we had a Facebook group between her and I and my sister-in-law and another friend where we would check in, just, keep each other accountable on staying healthy. So because of the struggles she had with that and us trying to keep each other accountable, that whenever I did see Tammy, I would do just a visual check, not that I was, just like I would do with my own children when I see them, like any mom would. Are you okay? What did, visual checks. She looked great.
Did you end up learning if she was participating in any activities?
Yeah, she was taking a clogging class. She was doing Zumba, and she was prepping to run a 5K.
And outside of just her physical appearance, how did she seem mentally?
She was really happy. We had a great visit.
Do you recall her also performing some kind of a routine?
Yes, it was her and I and my parents were visiting at their house, and we did a mini talent show as middle-aged women for our parents. She did her clogging and I showed them some of my stage combat because I was currently doing theater classes.
And as you were watching her perform the routine, did she seem short of breath?
No,
Any indication she was having any medical issues?
no. The only thing that she had complained about was her wrist. She had had some injury with it and she was taking medication. The doctor had prescribed her for it. And then my mom commented that it had been something that she had been on previously too.
And how old was Tammy?
49, the same age that I am right now.
Did Tammy end up talking to you during her visit about you moving to Idaho?
She did. She wanted me to move up
Judge, I'm
there.
going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
And Your Honor, if I may.
Just ask another question, please, Ms. Blake.
Did Tammy appear to be making plans for the future?
Yes, she did. She wanted me to move.
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
She wanted me to apply for a theater teaching job in Idaho so that I could be close by her. We had always made plans to live by each other as we got older. And when she moved away, we were still trying to figure out ways to make that happen. That was our joke, that we would be old ladies together, living side by side.
Having grown up with Tammy, would she go to the doctor?
Yes, she would.
Did she have any kind of an aversion to doctors?
No,
Are you aware if she would ever use any kind of homeopathic treatments?
all of us do.
In knowing her to use those, had she ever had any kind of an adverse reaction?
No,
Judge, I'm going to object. Speculation. There hasn't been any foundation to suggest she has knowledge of every time she's used homeopathic medicine.
I'll sustain that. I think that would need to be narrowed down, Ms. Blake.
Based on your observations of Tammy using homeopathic medications, were you ever aware of her having an adverse reaction?
in my observations, I never saw her have an adverse reaction.
Would Tammy share with you some of her health issues if she had them?
Yes, she would.
Based on your observations of Tammy, did she take care of her health?
Yes, she did. It was something that she was very focused on.
When Tammy came to visit in October, and that was October of 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
Was the visit planned?
It was a last minute visit. She sent me a text asking if I was going to be around that weekend.
Was there anything odd about that particular visit?
Originally, she said that Chad was going to come with her, but that he had to work.
I'm going to object. Motion to strike hearsay.
Sustain. And I'll strike that answer.
Did Tammy come down with anyone else?
No, she traveled by herself.
Was that normal for Tammy?
No, it wasn't.
And why not?
She didn't like to drive by herself the long distance, so normally someone came with her.
When Tammy would come visit, was Chad usually with her?
Yes,
Did Chad's family also still live in the Springville area?
yes, they do.
And on this visit, Chad did not come with her.
No, he did not.
Anything about her health that was the reason why she wouldn't drive long distances?
No. It was mostly for not being by herself.
When she came to visit, was there any indication that she had concerns about Chad having an affair?
No, she never gave any indication.
At some point, did you notice a change in Tammy and Chad's relationship?
It seemed strained and I just didn't know if it was because of the event they were attending, if they were tired, but it felt off and I didn't know why.
And do you recall approximately when that would have been?
That would have been June of 2019.
And where did you see them?
They stayed at my home.
So that was in Utah?
Yes, in Utah.
And again, Chad and your husband were friends as well.
Yes.
Was there anything about the interactions with you and your husband and Chad that seemed different?
He just seemed like he didn't want to talk and that he didn't want to be there, which was unusual for him.
And do you recall seeing Tammy again after June of 2019?
Yeah, she showed up at my house about 2 nights before my birthday. It was about 10:30 at night, which was unusual for one, because Tammy always went to bed early. And she was bringing me a present for my birthday, and it was unexpected. I had no idea they were in town.
Did that seem odd that she hadn't told you she was in town?
Yeah, it seemed odd. The time seemed odd, and Chad stayed in the van the whole time she was in my house with the car running. So it made it feel like they were pressed for time and that she couldn't stay.
And what month was that?
July
And that was of 2019 as well?
2019 as well.
Was it weird for Chad not to come in?
Yeah, it was really weird.
Had you and Chad had any kind of a falling out?
Not that I knew of.
Had Jason and Chad had any falling out you were aware of?
Not that I knew of.
Do you recall Tammy also coming for a visit in April of 2019?
Yes, I do.
Did Chad come with her on that visit?
No, he did not.
Was it your understanding he was going to?
I think he had to work, like he was going to, but had to work and couldn't come.
Did anyone travel down with Tammy that time?
Yes, all of her kids came and we went to the aquarium with her kids and my parents and all the current grandchildren.
In seeing Tammy in April, June, July, and October of 2019, did you observe any signs of her slowing down?
No, I did not.
Did you observe any signs of her being sick?
No, I did not.
Did she complain of any health issues?
Other than her wrist hurting, no.
I think you previously indicated you found out about Tammy's passing from Chad, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever talk to Chad about an autopsy?
Yes, I did.
What did he tell you?
I asked him in a phone call that we had after she passed away and we were making funeral arrangements. I asked him, are you going to do an autopsy? And he said, no. And I said, why not? We don't know the reason why she died. And he said that the coroner had told him that she looked
Judge,
peaceful.
I'm going to object at this point. It becomes hearsay at this point.
Sustained.
Your Honor, these are the defendant's statements.
Okay, I will revisit that ruling and overrule the objection based on that. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
You can continue. What did Chad say?
Chad said that the coroner told him that she looked peaceful and that it looked like natural causes. So they said they weren't going to. He also stipulated that it would be a cost of $1,500 for him to do so, and it would hold things up. And they wanted to get the funeral done quickly.
Do you recall when the funeral was?
Tuesday,
And she passed away on a Saturday?
correct.
Did that seem fast?
Yeah,
And where was Tammy buried?
in Springville, Utah.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, it did.
And why was that?
Because she resided in Rexburg with Chad and her children. And I asked Chad in that same phone call, why are you burying her in Springville when you all live in Rexburg? And he told me, we are covered with snow and ice for most of the year, and you will take good care of her.
Was there anything that struck you as odd about Tammy's headstone?
Yes, he requested that his name not be on it. I found that odd for somebody that was heavily into family history to not do so.
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for here. It's a narrative, excuse me.
I can ask a question.
Go ahead.
Why was that odd to you?
Because he was heavily involved in family history, and we look for headstones to find information about our ancestors. And to leave that off would mean that someone further down the line could not connect him to her.
Do you recall hosting a luncheon or a dinner the day before her funeral?
Yes, we were hosting a luncheon before the viewing so that we could feed them when they came down from Idaho.
And when you say feed them, who are you referring
Just
to?
referring to Chad and his kids.
Did they show up?
No,
Did you attend Tammy's viewing?
yes, I did.
Do you recall speaking with Chad after the viewing or at the viewing?
Briefly,
Did he tell you anything in relation to Tammy's passing?
yeah, he said that he had information that he wanted to tell me about Tammy's last week and how she'd felt like that her body was separated from herself, and he wanted to give me more information so that I would have comfort about her passing.
Did he tell you anything about having a vision that Tammy's mission was going to be complete?
Yes, he did.
Did he also indicate to you, but the vision was that she wasn't going to die?
That was what I took from the conversation.
And you said, or let me back up, did you attend Tammy's funeral?
Yes,
Did Chad indicate anything about wanting to talk to you after the funeral?
that is what we thought was going to happen.
Did you in fact talk to Chad after the funeral?
No.
Why not?
He made himself unavailable.
At some point, did you learn Chad was remarried?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how you learned that?
My husband, Jason, told me that he had talked to
Judge, I'm
Chad
going to
on the
object at this
phone.
point.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
And I will strike that response.
Do you recall reaching out to Chad about a month after Tammy's passing?
Yes,
And did Jason also reach out to Chad?
yes,
At some point, did Chad tell you his new wife's name?
Lori Ryan.
Did he indicate anything to you in relation to Lori Ryan having a previous spouse?
Yes, he said that her previous husband had died of a heart attack. And that was why they connected. He told me that they both had lost a spouse and that was why they met up and had their marriage.
And you learned about the marriage approximately a month after your sister had passed away.
Correct.
At some point, did you learn when Chad had actually gotten married?
Yes, I did. It
And when was that?
was November 5th, 2 weeks after she was buried.
At some point, did you learn of another name associated with Lori Ryan?
I did.
And what was that name?
Vallow.
And did you learn of some other names associated with Lori Vallow?
That there were children, JJ and Tylee.
At some point, did you talk to Chad or have a conversation with him about that?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you?
I asked him in a phone call, please tell me about this woman that you've replaced my sister with. And I asked him questions about her name because what we found out was different than what he told us. And he said, well, she had a complicated past and was trying to move on from it. And that's why they had told us the name that they had.
Judge, could we have some foundation as to when this phone call supposedly took place?
It took place December 13th.
And was that of 2019?
Correct.
Did you know where Chad was at that time?
I think he was in Hawaii.
At that same time, do you recall Chad telling you something about Tammy visiting him?
Yes,
What did he tell you?
because I was questioning him about this marriage. He asserted to me in this very, spiritual like tone that, Samantha, I am telling you now that when I was at the cemetery, Tammy showed herself to me and said that I should move on. And I responded with, when most women say that to their husband, it's in 2 years from now, not 2 weeks after I'm dead.
Judge, argumentative.
Did you ask Chad about whether or not Lori had any minor children?
I did.
What did he end up telling you?
He told me that she had some adopted children, foster children, and older children. And I asked him, so when Mark comes home from his mission, will you be raising kids together? Because I was trying to figure out what adopted or foster children meant. And he said, no, we will be empty nesters. So I took that to mean that there were no young children.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Given the time, council, I think it's appropriate we take our lunch break before we begin with cross. So we'll go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time. We'll come back on at 1 o'clock for continued testimony with cross-examination.
All right, please.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That was something. She's Samantha is obviously emotional. Her testimony is personal. She lost her sister. I'm sure the jury can see that some of it is like she's got some disdain for Chad. It's dripping in her replies when Pryor was like, I'd like some context at time. She answered with that date, like, boom, like, sit down, Pryor. I'm not having it with you. Like, I've got the answers. You're not going to take away from what I've got to say. Chad was callous. Chad did something to my sister. Chad didn't want an autopsy. It was inconvenience. Why? He wanted things done quickly. Why did he want things quickly? Well, he was going to marry Lori Daybell within 2 weeks of my sister's burial. Like, wow, 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 wow. And that statement about empty nesters, that kind of hit hard. Like, you're predicting that you're going to have an empty nest? Like that perhaps like sometime in the future the children would move on? Or were the children already dead? Did you already have plans on eliminating them from your life? Wow. Wow. And that about Chad not wanting to be on the gravestone? I don't recall that before. I was going to ask Mandy if you did. That was new to me. Or it hit harder than the last time I heard it because I don't even recall. Complicated life, Jin. Yeah, that was something. She's trying to get away from a complicated past of all the dead husbands laying in the wake and everything else happening around her. She says her older brother was out to kill her. She'd constantly been harassed by everybody in her family. Might be because of the crazy way she was talking about everything and how she was treating her daughter. You know, people forget that Ty Lee and Lori had a contentious relationship. Things were not always good with them. Their mother-daughter relationship was strained, tight. I mean, they stay together, yes, but Tylee didn't often agree with the things Lori said or wanted her to do. And it's been documented now in testimony that Tylee was not a fan of Chad's, and her and Chad were not getting along. Funny how she got labeled dark right after that. Yeah, I don't know what the stone actually says, Liz. I just know that usually it says, beloved wife, mother, daughter, sister, and he didn't want to be mentioned. I wonder if that was to appease Lori. She does need to be the main focus all the time, huh? This might have tripped him up. Cross-examination is going to be tough. I can see Samantha getting emotional. But on that, let's break for lunch. Everybody get a good stretch. No problem. Oh, you missed everything, Shill. I've got it timestamped. You've got the lunch to go back and catch up. But basically, today's testimony, at least for the later part of the morning towards lunch, has been from Jason Gwilliam and Samantha Gwilliam. This is Tammy Daybell's sister and Chad's brother-in-law. They have personal knowledge of Chad and the relationship of Tammy and Chad, and we're focusing on his attitude before and after in regards to Tammy's death and also in regards to the investigation of the missing children. There was quite a few points made by Jason in regards to that, and Samantha also now. So, all right, everybody, take a good break, get a stretch, get something to drink, get something to eat. I'm sure we're going to have some fast-paced testimony for after lunch for at least 2 hours straight. Judge had talked about not having a break and going straight before, at least yesterday he did. He didn't say it now, but we'll see what happens when they come back. And I'm going to put some music on and I'm going to mute and I'm going to go take a stretch and a walk and do a couple little chores, get ready for my mind not to be numbed this afternoon. If you guys think of any questions, put them in the chat, and I'll do my best to go find some answers for you as we continue on in the afternoon. Oh, okay. So we're gonna hang until we hear them come back up. Should be any minute now, though. I hope everybody got a good stretch in and a good break. Sorry about that. Messaging away. I think I'm gonna put them up like this, just in case I miss when they come back up so quick. I really did feel for Samantha during her testimony. You could tell she was getting emotional. It must be very difficult for a family in murder cases to come in and testify after. It's years after, and yet still it's like an open wound. Fresh memories, not being able to.
District Court's again assessed.
Here we go. Right on time.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Promptly done, Judge Boyce. Thank you.
All right, let's have our jurors brought in, please.
Okay, we're waiting for the jurors. I agree, Liz. From the testimony of Samantha, it is obvious that all of the Douglas family, Tammy's family, was looking at the behavior of Chad as being rather callous.
All right, please.
I agree, Liz. It does look like it was fueled with greed, money-making schemes, the change of his books, the change of narratives. Let's get on this prophecies thing. I can see money in it. Let's remove the white.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we concluded our lunch break. We're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. When we left, the state had just finished direct examination of Samantha Gwilliam. Defense now going to have cross. So if the witness would please take the chair here, we'll go ahead and commence with the cross-examination. All right, you can proceed, Mr. Pryor. And I will remind the witness, Ms. Gwilliam, you're still under oath for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Ms. Gwilliam, do you have a recollection of how many times you've been interviewed as part of this investigation?
I don't know the exact amount. I've never counted.
Okay. Is it more than 5?
Probably just sometimes it's just phone calls or a text asking questions.
And what
I don't know if that counts. Sorry, I just didn't know if that counts.
what I would like to count are actually in-person interviews is what I would like to refer to.
A handful. I don't know like the exact amount, but with trial prep.
Excluding the trial prep today, because I assume you spoke with the prosecuting attorneys
Yes.
before you testified today, and isn't it true you probably spoke to them over the lunch hour as well shortly?
No, I tried to keep myself apart from everybody at lunch because I'm still under oath. So
Okay, all right. And the locations of those interviews varied, is that true?
yes,
On one occasion, on June 4th of 2020, one of those interviews was in your home, is that right?
correct.
And present at one of those interviews was, do you recall which officer of agency?
I honestly, since we've dealt with so many of them, I don't recollect which agency came, if it was Fremont or Madison, or I'm not exactly sure who belongs to which department at this point. I'll be frank.
Okay. And then generally during those interviews, was your husband present?
Yes,
And generally during those interviews, other than your husband, would it involve maybe 1 or 2 or 3 other people interviewing you?
occasionally, yes.
Okay. And on June 4th of 2020, you had an occasion to be interviewed by a number of officers, and you don't specifically recall which ones though, is that right?
I want to say, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember who it was that I talked to.
You remember the name Officer Hermosillo,
Yes,
Officer Ball?
yes.
Does that refresh your
Yeah,
recollection?
that sounds about right.
Does that refresh your recollection of who
Yes.
interviewed you?
And I think maybe Bruce Mattingly was there.
And then is it possible as well that Mr. Wood was there for that interview
Yes,
as
he
well?
was in my front room.
Okay, so when he was
Hold
in,
on a sec. Ms. Gwilliam,
Yes,
please wait till the question's done before you answer.
I can do that.
Excuse me. We need to talk only one at a time for the record, so please try to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
and once again, Judge, I did it as well, so I think that was baiting her on in some way. So, and during that interview with Officer Hermosillo and Prosecutor Wood was there as well, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, there were just a handful of you there, correct? 3 or 4 of you?
I believe so.
Okay. And your husband was there as well, correct?
Correct.
Did he actually sit there with you during the interview?
Yes, he did.
So he would have been able to identify everybody who was there during that interview. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Were the people who were there for that interview, as far as from your perception, all in plain sight of the other folks who were being there for the interview?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, Pryor just coming out like with the innuendo. What is he trying to infer here? Everybody knows trial prep and talking to witnesses is allowed. He's trying to put in the jury's mind that there's something nefarious going on there. And I'm losing some respect here. He knows that's not the case. This is not like everybody trying to frame Chad Daybell. Most of the looking into it came after the fact in regards to looking for the missing children, his own actions. This is, I wonder where this is going to go. I guess it'll be up to the jury. I agree, Liz. One of the reasons for not wanting the divorce wasn't really to lose his standing, was more than likely to lose the insurance payments. But also, I do think losing the standing in the LDS community would also play into effect. They're back.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can continue. If you'd like the court reporter to read back that previous question, you may.
No, Judge, I'm going to move forward at this point.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Gwilliam, there was another meeting in December of, I believe, 2020 as well. Do you recall that
Yes,
with law enforcement?
yes,
Was that at a different location?
yes.
And again, do you recall who was present for that meeting?
I stood outside of the room, and I was not present inside of what took place.
Okay. Now, you spoke briefly about the animals that were in the pet cemetery.
The ones that I knew of, yes.
Okay, and then that's, you're anticipating my question. You don't know all of the animals that were put in the pet cemetery, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you testified earlier that it was Tammy who had one of these pet cemeteries at her home in Springville,
Yes,
and that was her habit to do that when animals would pass.
it's our family's habit.
Oh, it's your family's habit.
Yeah, we do. Our whole time growing up, we would have a cemetery for our
Okay.
pets.
And she continued that tradition.
Correct.
And she would have been the one who would have tendered that pet cemetery, cared for it, prepared it, all of such, correct?
On some occasions, I do remember one occasion in Springville where Chad helped us bury some pets too.
Okay. But primarily in Springville, it was Tammy's responsibility for care for the pet cemetery. Would that be fair?
I can't testify that it was just her. I don't know if her children helped either.
Okay. And you don't know who tendered or cared for the pet cemetery in their home in Rexburg area, correct?
No, I just know that they all lived there and they all had different pets that got buried there. So
Okay.
you can make your own assumptions.
I don't want to make any assumptions. I just wanted to hear what you had to say
Yeah,
about that.
that's, I would be making assumptions as well.
Okay.
So,
And you'd be making assumptions about what kind of animals and when the animals would be put in there. Is that correct?
no, on the three that I talked about, Tammy told me about them.
Okay. I'm talking about other animals or other occasions.
Yeah,
correct?
I don't know about
Okay.
them.
Now, you mentioned that Tammy was quite proficient with computers.
Correct.
Were you aware that she would have been the primary manager of the publishing company?
Yeah, for the most part, from what I knew, she was
She did most of the,
the book work.
Chad wrote the books and Tammy did everything else.
From my understanding, yes.
The name Steve Schultz came up.
Correct.
And that's someone that is that a family friend or is that someone you just know?
As a family friend.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Tammy would go to the doctor if there was a medical issue that she needed to address. Would that be
Correct.
fair?
Yeah.
And that was something that she would do without hesitation?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. Now, you know her children, correct?
Yes, I do.
And can you give me their names?
Yeah, we have Garth, Emma, Seth, Leah, and Mark.
Okay. And Tammy did a wonderful job raising 5 wonderful children.
She was a wonderful mother.
And she did it. And if I could just finish my question.
Sorry.
That's okay. And did a wonderful job of raising these children. Is that correct?
Yes, she was a wonderful mother.
And these children are all deeply involved in their faith within the LDS Church, of really as a result of a lot of Tammy's instruction. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as well as relevance.
Sustained.
Judge, it's sustained on speculation or relevance?
Relevance.
Okay. Are you aware if the children are still practicing members of the LDS faith?
I believe they are, but I have not had contact with some of them.
And specifically, you did mention that you talked about Tammy and you discussed the idea that you folks kept track of what medications each of you were on, from what I understood. What medications was Tammy on?
She took something for her wrist and she was taking something for her depression.
That would be the only medication to your knowledge,
That's the only two that she told me about.
other than the homeopathic stuff that she would engage in occasionally, correct?
Correct.
And that included essential oils?
I don't know. I never saw her use them, so I don't know
Okay.
what she used.
Okay. And you mentioned that Tammy went to bed early. What does that mean?
It was her habit from a young age that she was always the first one that would go to sleep.
You don't know specifically what time, just very early?
It would depend on the day, but 9 o'clock was always late, considered late for her.
Okay. And you did mention that she drove out to see you on, I think you mentioned like 3 occasions, or was it more than that?
But which year?
The 2019 July.
Yes,
And
4 if you count April.
and the vehicle that she would drive is what?
I don't recall what car she drove.
Okay. Did she stay at your house?
Yes, she did for a couple of the occasions.
Okay, and Judge, could I have something, the use of the Elmo? And I would like the bailiff to bring me 23A. 23F, it looks like.
Okay, we'll have those exhibits brought over, 23A and F.
Court's permission to publish those on Elmo.
Yeah, they're admitted and they may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a laser of some kind up there that you can see.
Do we have a pointer?
Is this,
Oh, okay, thank you.
You know how to use that? Because I don't.
it's on. It's working.
Okay, so I'm looking at a tree. Do you see that tree right in the forefront?
This one right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it looks like, and I don't want to describe it, but there's a dark area that's to the left of it. Do you see that?
This is the fire pit. Right here.
Okay, but before that, where the tree is, there's like a dark, it looks like, is that a shadow or is that part of the pet cemetery?
No, that's a shadow.
And that's a shadow coming, from what you can tell, that's a shadow that's coming off of the tree?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have the pointer, point to where the pet cemetery is.
Right here in the center. You can see the little dog statue right there.
Okay, and then which side of it is on of those posts?
It's on the left side.
So put the red mark where that would be.
I just had it on there. That's
Okay.
it right there.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to the house, where would the house be? On which side?
The house is off to the left. So there's the red barn and then the home would have been over here.
Okay. And then as part of the house, there's the traditional part of the house, and then there's a garage. And there is a structure attached to the garage.
Yeah, they called it the cozy cone.
And that wasn't really the original part of the house, correct?
The previous owner had added it onto the house and there's stairs that go up to a room where they had musical instruments and Mark would sleep there.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
And that's to access, what did you call it? The cozy what?
They called it the cozy cone.
And was that because of the nature?
It was because of the pitched roof.
Okay. Okay, and I'm going to try to slow down so we don't interrupt each other.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. And that cozy cone, you asked, and you've been inside the house, is that right?
Yes, I have.
And that cozy cone is accessed by going out into the garage and then to the back.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. I'd move to strike.
Sustain. The
You know how you would
question-
access,
Hold on, Mr. Pryor. Sustain, that question is stricken. Jurors to disregard. Thank you.
and do you know how you would access the cozy cone from the garage?
There's a hallway and a staircase that goes up. It's just through a doorway from the house. So it was like a hallway.
Okay, and that's what your recollection is?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And your recollection is it's a hallway that goes through the house, not through the garage?
it's part of the garage is, there's a door from the kitchen and you would just take a step down through the garage and it was a hallway. It was connected.
Okay. And this hallway that you're speaking of is in the garage?
No, the hallway's not part of the garage. It was part of the annex for this attached structure.
Okay. And is this attached structure attached to the back of the garage?
Yes, and to the home. They're all connected
Okay.
to one
alright.
another.
And Judge 23,
All right, 23F's being published now.
now again, if you could take the red pointer and show me exactly again where the pet cemetery is,
Well, you can see the dog statue right here.
right?
And they'd put the fence post. Tammy had originally been trying to grow raspberries here. And they weren't taking the way she had wanted to. And since the soil was tilled, it was easier to bury pets.
Okay. And that was, you anticipated my question, and that was originally a,
Raspberry patch.
I'll try, Judge. I'll try. Okay. And at that point, then, since the raspberries weren't taking, now that's that area that we're talking about. And Judge, if we could switch back to the other exhibit, if I may.
23A?
That's correct.
Yeah, you can publish 23A again.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I see another tree in the very far back. Is that right?
Yes,
And there's an irrigation pond back there.
correct.
And by this picture, it looks like it's a significant distance. Is it a significant distance?
Not that significant.
Okay.
They're all on the same property.
Okay. And are these trees and this pet cemetery are in the field in the back of the Daybell property? Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And I'm seeing on the very far back beyond the tree, there's some houses back there. Is that right? You see those?
yeah.
Is that a road back there that eventually goes in front of the Daybell property?
There is a cross street that goes through most of that county.
Okay. And that's what that road is, correct?
Yes, it leads by the front of their home.
Okay. Okay. And Judge, if I could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Blake, does the state wish to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked some questions about Chad and Tammy's kids, and I think you responded you really haven't been in contact with them.
Correct.
Why is that?
Because of the investigation that precipitated with the missing children, we got blamed for being a part of it. Chad,
There's no foundation to establish when we say we got blamed.
Sustain.
Prior to Tammy's passing, did you have contact with Chad and Tammy's kids?
yes, I did.
Is it fair to say at least some of them were close with your family?
Yes, we raised our children together and we did a lot together.
Subsequent to the investigation, did that contact change?
Yes,
Have you attempted to have contact with the children?
we have.
You were asked about the pet cemetery and whether or not you knew every pet buried in it. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
And you indicated you knew of some pets that were buried around there?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn of something or someone else that was buried in Chad's backyard?
Yes.
And what was that?
2 children.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That'll conclude the testimony then of Ms. Gwilliam. Feel free to take a moment if you need before you go ahead and step down. She's not subject to the exclusionary order, so I don't know if she's under subpoena or either side wishes to address whether or not a subpoena is in effect.
She is not under subpoena from the state, Your Honor. If she had been, we would release her at this point, but she is not subject to the exclusionary rule.
And Judge, she's not under subpoena from the defense, so there won't be any recall.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll have the state call its next witness, if you would, and if you could tell me who the witness is and who will be examining the witness, please.
Your Honor, the state is going to call Nicole Heideman. I will be examining the witness. I would ask if we could approach just briefly before this next witness.
Yes, you may.
I'm sure they're just doing an evidence thing to make sure that, oh, I have another stream. I'm sure they're just making sure that there's evidence that needs to be entered or something, and they don't want any, delay in that process. I agree. These witnesses today are hitting hard, basically because of the personal connection with Chad. They know him well. That resonates with the jury when they're looking at someone it's to the possibility of being able to commit the crimes. But Miss Blake has been very strong on making sure that the last thing that the jury hears from each of the witnesses is an impactful statement. She's been reminding everyone of the 3 deaths of the light and dark, and now again about the pet cemetery, which could be considered as a good thing, of the finding at the end of the investigation of the missing children, those children's bodies there on Chad's property near the pet cemetery.
Okay, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
The state will call Nicole Heideman.
All right, tactical specialist, correct? Heideman, been a while since you were here testifying, but you were previously here. Given the length of time, I am going to have the clerk please administer an oath again to you. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, thank you. You can be seated. All right, tactical specialist Heideman, if you would just confirm whether or not you've watched or observed any trial testimony since you were here earlier on in the trial and testified.
I have not, sir.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else, including anyone from your agency or any other law enforcement office about testimony they have given?
No.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Ms. Blake, when you're ready, you can direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heideman, it's been a while since you were here before. Can you remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been employed with them?
Almost 16 years.
What is your current title or position?
Tactical specialist.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation regarding missing children?
I did.
As part of your role, were you asked to look specifically for evidence of wedding planning?
I was.
And who was that wedding planning in relation to?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
In looking for that, did you review phone data?
I did.
Did you review data recovered from search warrants
Yes.
and the responsive documents to those?
Yes.
Did you discuss the case with other investigators, detectives, or officers?
Yes.
Did you also read reports of interviews?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you create an exhibit?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. I will indicate it is actually a jump drive. However, I do have copies of the PowerPoint printed out as well, one for defense counsel, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and one for the court. I have a jump drive for the court and defense counsel.
Very well.
And if I may have the witness handed the paper copy. And if you,
Yes.
she be handed one.
Thank you,
Sorry,
sir.
And Ms. Heideman, would you look through those pages?
Okay.
Do those appear to be an accurate depiction of the exhibit you created?
They do.
Do you, and again, in reviewing the material in creating this exhibit, was it quite voluminous?
It was, yes.
Do you feel that this exhibit would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence?
I do.
Would this exhibit aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for admission of State's Exhibit 185.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 185 is admitted.
Your Honor, I would ask to be allowed to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Heideman, does this appear to be the first page of that PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
This is a document titled 7 Archangels that were found, that was found in the Lori for Style account, iCloud account.
And do we know where this particular document originated?
We do not know.
Were you able to determine if it was sent to the Lori for Style iCloud account?
It was saved as a PDF in the media section on the account, but I don't know I can't say how it got there or when.
Was there something about this particular document that stood out to you in relation to your investigation?
During the course of the investigation, the names Raphael and James appeared in relation to Chad as an alias for Chad. That was the first thing that stood out.
And was there anything else that caught your attention?
In this particular document, in relation to Raphael and James, the Tuesday appeared to be significant, involving their wedding, as well as malachite.
And is this that same content just enlarged?
It is, yes.
And then what are we seeing on this slide?
Similarly to the previous document, it was also saved in the Lori for Style account in the media section with no really identifiers as to how it or when it got onto the iCloud. It was titled Presiding Council of Archangels. And similar to the previous document, we see the same names of Methuselah, James, and Raphael. But this time it's also in relation to Elena or Angel Lily. And then down on the bottom, again, we have the concept or the symbolism of Tuesday, Raphael and Lily, and the color green.
Do you know when Chad and Lori were married?
It was on a Tuesday, November 5th, 2019.
And on the previous slide, there had been mention of malachite. What color is malachite?
It is green.
Did those names, James and Elena, appear in the iCloud account as well?
Yes.
Did they also appear in text messages?
Yes.
Did you learn through the investigation of Chad being referred to as Raphael
Yes.
and Lori being referred to as Lily?
Yes.
And last time you were here, we talked about some Google searches you reviewed.
Mhm.
Do you recall talking about searches for malachite?
I do.
Do you recall what accounts searched or who the accounts were associated with that searched for malachite?
Yes, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
And do you recall approximately when some of those searches occurred?
If I recall correctly, Chad's earliest search of malachite was in March of 2018. And then Chad and Lori both appeared to be searching for malachite in May of 2019.
And during May of 2019, was Charles Vallow still alive?
Yes, he was.
And was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes, she was.
And again, do these pull out and highlight the things that caught your attention?
Yes. If you Google image search malachite, this is an example of one of the images I found online.
So this was not found within the accounts.
It was not, no.
And we talked about those searches. Is that what we're seeing here?
These are, yes, the later searches in 2019, correct.
And on the far right, are those 4 different searches that were linked to the chad.daybell@gmail account?
It appears to be 2 searches and then visiting 2 websites.
And then closer to the image of the malachite, is that a search associated with Lolly, Time Forever?
Yes.
Through the investigation or your review of these documents, did you discover that there were attempts to purchase some wedding rings?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the first attempt?
On August 14th, 2019, Lori purchased 2 glow-in-the-dark malachite inlay titanium rings from Etsy site, Serenity Rings, and provided a shipping address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Arizona.
Do you know who that address was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
And do you recall when Charles Vallow was killed?
July 11th, 2019.
And again, on August 14th of 2019, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And then did you find another attempt to purchase rings?
Yes, on August 25th, 2019.
And what did you discover in relation to that attempt to purchase rings?
She attempted to purchase 2 custom titanium rings with malachite stone inlay, one for a size 4.25, the other 11.5, from Revolution Jewelry Designs with an express insured shipping to 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho.
Through the investigation, did you learn who that address was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
Did you learn whether or not there was ever a successful purchase of malachite wedding rings?
Yes.
And what did you learn in relation to that?
On October 2nd, Lori purchased 2 wedding rings. One Gems on Click, choose your gemstone color, square natural silver, sterling silver prong ring for women, and a Southwestern style malachite gemstone inlay wedding band, sterling silver unisex ring.
And there's an image of a ring that appears here. Do you know which of those 2 rings this one was believed to be?
That when you input the description for the Southwestern style malachite ring into Amazon, which is where these were purchased, that is the image that returned.
Do you know whose Amazon account these were purchased through?
Charles Vallow.
And again, Charles Vallow had died on July 11th of 2019.
That's correct.
And what are we seeing on this screen?
On the same day as on October 2nd, which is the same day as the previous slide, A size 11.5 Thorsten malachite stone inlay tungsten carbine ring. The beveled edge wedding band was purchased from Roy Rose Jewelry.
And there's an image on this screen. Can you tell us what we're seeing there?
Again, if you take the Thorsten malachite stone inlay, if you take that description from the Amazon purchase and search that in Amazon, this is the image of the ring that is returned.
Did you find something else in relation to this particular ring?
That ring was returned and repurchased as a size 11
And did you determine approximately when that was done?
on October 4th, 2019.
And when that was returned, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes, she was.
And do you know when Tammy died?
On October 19th, 2019. Or she was pronounced dead, October 19th, 2019.
And was there something else in relation to that ring?
It was the size 11 was returned and repurchased again as a size 10 on October 25th, 2019, and did not appear to have been returned.
Was there anything that stuck out about the image of this ring to you?
It appeared similar to a ring Chad was wearing in their wedding photos.
And what is the image on the left of the screen from my angle?
That is a photo that was taken during their wedding, and that was part of their wedding photo package.
And then the images to the right, are those the same ones we saw in the previous slides?
They are, yes.
In relation to the investigation, did you also review some messages sent between devices associated with Lori and Chad?
Yes.
What are we seeing on this particular screen?
This is an SMS, or more commonly referred to as a text message, originating from a 515 number attributed to Chad to one of Lori's phone numbers saved in the Lolly Time iCloud account.
And could you tell what date this was sent?
July 13th, 2019.
And could you please read the message into the record?
Concerning the 2 weeks, BYU Idaho's graduation is July 23rd. Adam is getting his bachelor's and Leah and Joe are getting their associates. They are all walking in the same commencement ceremony. I feel she will be gone by then, but I will still have that hoopla to deal with because a lot of my and Adam's family are coming and will stay for July 24th. So I believe that's why the Lord hinted I might not get to be with you until that is over. Please ask about that.
Do you know who Adam is in relation to Chad?
Adam is Chad's son-in-law.
And do you know who Leah is?
Chad's daughter.
And what about Joe?
Again, Chad's son-in-law, yes.
Were there certain things about this message that stood out to you?
Yeah, it seems to provide a date of when she will be gone by then and that they will be together. And that, family's in town and that he may not be able to get to be with her, Lori, until that is over.
And when it talks about her being gone, was Tammy, or she will be gone, was Tammy still alive at this time?
She was.
And did you look at some additional messages?
I did.
And if we start with that first message, could you tell who it appeared to be sent from and who it was sent to?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you tell what day these messages were exchanged?
On July 22nd, 2019.
So the first one that appears to be from Chad to Lori, could you read that into the record?
Love you. Going with Garth in an hour to the other side of heaven too. Missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you.
And then that next message there, can you tell who it appears to be sent from and who it appears to go to?
From Lori to Chad.
And can you read that into the record?
Do you want the emojis?
Yes, please.
You will love it, heart emoji.
And then the next message there, can you tell who it appears to be sent from and who it's sent to?
From Chad to Lori, not as much as I love you.
And then the one after that?
From Lori to Chad, I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. It looks like Kauai a lot.
And the one, and the next one?
From Lori to Chad, hopefully we'll be there. Hopefully we will be there someday soon together.
And the following message?
From Chad to Lori, that is the plan.
And then the final message on there?
Again, from Chad to Lori and my greatest desire.
Through your review of things, did you discover anything in regards to Lori requesting a quote for a wedding?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
Lori emailed a request or filled out a request form on October 30th, 2019, requesting a wedding on a Kauai beach for November 5th, 2019.
And in those messages you just read, do you recall a specific reference to Kauai?
Yes.
And from your review of that, was there a specified date as to when they wanted to hold the wedding?
On November 5th, 2019.
And do you know if Chad and Lori were actually married that day?
They were.
And again, what day of the week was November 5th?
A Tuesday.
And what kind of rings did they exchange?
Malachite rings.
And Ms. Heideman, as part of the investigation, were you also asked to look at some temple attendance records?
Yes.
And do you know who those records were for?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 230. I have a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
All right.
And I will indicate again, this is a printout of what's contained on a PowerPoint or jump drive. Or excuse me, not that one. In looking at those records, the 230, do you recognize those?
I do.
Are those in fact some documents that you reviewed?
Yes, they are.
In relation to the attendance records, was there a specific time frame you were asked to look at?
I received a subpoena return, so I don't recall off the top of my head what the time frame of the subpoena was now.
And you just looked at the responsive documents in relation to the subpoena parameters?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, I believe that these documents have previously been stipulated to.
All right. Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 230?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 230 is admitted.
And in your review of these, Ms. Heideman, were you specifically looking for dates that Chad and Lori were at the temple together?
Yes,
And in your review of these, did you end up creating a summary exhibit?
I did.
And do you believe that it would aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
And do you believe it would aid the jurors?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 394. Again, I have a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor. This is the one that has a jump drive as well.
Very well.
And if I may have the witness shown a copy.
Yes.
And Ms. Heideman, does this appear to be an accurate depiction of the exhibit we were just speaking about?
It does.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 394.
Any objection?
For demonstrative purposes, Judge?
Yes, I think is that correct?
It's a summary exhibit.
As a summary exhibit, is that Rule 1006?
Yes.
Okay. It can be admitted as a summary exhibit under 1006. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish from the jump drive.
Yes, you may.
And Ms. Heideman, when you look on here, again, and I think this depicts when Charles Vallow passed away, were there temple visits where Chad and Lori were both at the temple prior to Charles passing?
Yes.
And how many visits did they have at the temple prior to his passing?
3.
In relation to that first visit, was there anything that stood out about that one to you?
Yes, in a story, so that temple visit corroborates some information, some evidence in a story where Chad and Lori or James and Elena are sealed in mid-November 2018 in the temple.
And when we talk about the story, what story are you referencing?
It's a story that law enforcement has termed the James and Elena story, just for ease of reference. It's a story of James and Elena and how they meet and the initial relationship.
And so there was indication that James and Elena were at a temple around that same time.
Correct, yes.
And then in relation to that April 27th visit, can you see which temple they were at depicted there?
Yeah, the Houston, Texas temple.
Was there something about that particular one that caught your attention in relation to the investigation?
Yes, and there was an email sent from a KK Walker email account that was created by Lori requesting Chad visit or come to Houston to speak at a children's camp in Houston on April 27th, 2019.
And when you're looking at these temple visits, do you know how the visits are logged?
It's my understanding that there are access or cards that they scan that is unique to each individual, and it captures the date and time of the scannings.
And you were reviewing the records of those scannings?
That's correct, yes.
And with these first 3, were the scans of Lori and Chad's cards relatively close together?
Yes.
And when I say relatively close, could you give an approximation?
Within seconds to a minute or 2.
And are you aware when Lori moved or about when Lori relocated to Rexburg?
Approximately September 1st, 2019.
And are you aware when Tammy Daybell died?
October 19th, 2019.
And between Charles' death and Tammy's death, how many temple visits did you locate where Chad and Lori were together?
3.
Was there anything different about the timing on any of those visits in relation to the scanning of the cards?
The September 17th visit was a little bit longer. It was approximately 25 minutes between when, and I apologize, I don't remember who went first, between Chad and Lori scanning their cards.
And then subsequent to Tammy's passing, did you locate another temple visit?
Yes, on October 29th, 2019.
And in looking at these, why were you looking at them? What were you trying to look into?
We were looking at, again, to sort of corroborate other evidence in the case, as far as, like, as mentioned before, the James and Elena story. Also sort of the steps taken to be together in this relationship. There's travel to different states here. So just the lengths they went through to be together.
And do you have any indication of what they were doing in the temples?
No, I can't say that, no.
And in relation to that first visit, is there some indication of what they were possibly doing in there?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Through the investigation in the James and Elena story, was there reference as to what James and Elena were doing in the temple around that time?
Yes, they were being sealed.
And outside of that, is there any indication in relation to the other days?
No.
And I can unpublish now, Your Honor. And Ms. Heideman, we've referenced the James and Elena story. As part of your role in this investigation, were you asked to do something in relation to the James and Elena story?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to compile the James and Elena story was found in multiple places in different iCloud accounts. So I was asked to take all of that information and put it into a single story chronologically as best as we could, so that to make it for ease of reading and for reference.
And can you tell me what accounts or what information you looked at specifically in compiling this story?
The James and Elena story was found in text messages and emails in the Lollytime iCloud account, as well as in the notes section of the Lori for Style account.
And breaking it down a little bit in relation to the emails, were you able to determine what device or account they were sent from and to which account they were sent to?
Yes, all the emails were sent to and from the Lollytime Gmail account.
And in relation to the text messages or the messages, were you able to determine who or what number those were associated with as the sender?
Yes, from the 515 number attributed to Chad.
And who were those being sent to?
They were to the Lollytime. They were saved in there. There's multiple phone numbers, but they were all attributed to Lori.
And when we talk about attribution, do you recall when you were here previously testifying about attribution?
Cell phone attribution, yes.
And was that 515 associated with Bubby, one of the numbers you talked about that day?
I did.
And then turning to the notes, where were the notes located?
They were saved in the Lori for Style account.
In relation to the notes, was there any way to determine a date, time, any other identifiers with those?
There did not appear to be any date or time stamps on those documents.
And again, through the investigation, who did you learn or did you learn who James was an alias for?
Chad,
And what about Elena?
for Lori.
Did you learn of other aliases associated with Chad?
Raphael,
Did you learn of other aliases associated with Lori?
yes, Lily.
And when we talk about Bubby, was Bubby a reference to Chad from what you could tell?
Bubby was a term that I think was a term of affection that Lori used. I believe she actually referred to Alex and Colby, her son, as Bub or Bubby. So it was a term of endearment, but it's saved as Bubby is saved as the contact for the 515 number, which has been attributed to Chad.
Is it fair to say in compiling this James and Elena that you went through a lot of data and information?
Yes,
And have you in fact compiled that story as best you could into one format?
as best I could, yes.
And did you in fact prepare an exhibit with that compilation?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 184B. I have it on jump drive format, a copy for counsel, a copy for the court, and then in the printout copy, I have a courtesy copy for Your Honor as well. And I would ask the witness be shown a copy.
Very well.
And Ms. Heideman, if you would look through those pages.
Okay.
Do those appear to be an accurate depiction of the James and Elena story as you compiled it
For the exhibit, yes.
for the exhibit?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 184B. I would also indicate the reference sources, the content of those have already been stipulated to by the parties.
Any objection?
With the understanding, Judge, that the entire transcript of this thing be admitted as part of that stipulation.
Yes, is that what's in the exhibit, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor. And counsel has a copy. It's the story as compiled. I believe it does not contain some of the notes and additional messages associated with it if counsel's referring to those, but it's the body of the story.
That's what I understand as well, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So exhibit 184B is then admitted.
And Ms. Heideman, as you went through this, were you looking for specific things outside of just compiling the story?
Yes, we were looking to see if we could confirm that events in the story happened in real life.
And in looking through that again, did you look at a significant amount of information?
I did.
And did you compile an exhibit outlining some of those things that you found?
I did.
And is it a summary of some of what you located?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 184G. Again, I have a printout copy for counsel, the court, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and it is actually an exhibit contained on a jump drive.
Very well.
Thank you.
And Ms. Heideman, in looking through those, does that appear to be an accurate depiction of the exhibit you created?
It does.
And do you believe it would aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding your testimony?
Yes.
The state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 184G.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, exhibit 184G is admitted.
And Your Honor, may I please be handed the jump drive of 184G?
Yes.
And if the witness does not still have it, may I have her handed State's Exhibit 184B, the printout? And Your Honor, I would ask to publish State's Exhibit 184G.
You may publish.
And Ms. Heideman, can I have you turn on State's Exhibit 184B to the third page and look at the part, that first sentence beginning with Friday?
Okay.
Would you please read into the record from Friday to the word forever?
May I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
I am aware, I don't know if it's this one exactly, but there might be some typos or grammatical errors. Do you want me to read it as it is, or maybe how it should be? Little things like if, of, like just typo stuff.
Thank you for clarifying that. Let me ask you, when this was created, did you essentially copy and paste as it was located within the iCloud account?
Yes.
So does that include grammatical errers?
Yes. There
Does
are
it include
typos.
some typos?
Yes.
As you read through, would you please indicate, would you please read the correct word, and then we will go back and indicate what the other word written or typo may have been?
The correct word as on.
If
as
you
in-
would read the correct word as you believe it to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. And you said to start from
If
Friday?
you'll start on Friday and read to the word forever.
Friday morning, October 26th, driving south on the freeway, a voice said, "You will meet an extraordinary woman today who will change your life forever." This was shocking since such a thing seemed very unlikely at this conference. It is actually a very detailed story that began long ago on another world, and I will cover that part as I go along and the characters figure things out. But on the morning of October 26th, James arrived in St. George, still a bit baffled by the message he had received. He unloaded his books and set up his table, then joined the organizers for dinner in the main room. He saw his friend MG, who had been so helpful to him when he spoke in Mesa that July. MG introduced James to her friend Elena.
And I'm going to stop you there for a moment. As you look through that, and if we look at the exhibit on the screen, was there something about that first part that caught your attention in relation to what may have been going on in Chad and Lori's lives?
On October 26th, 2018, Chad Daybell was listed as a speaker at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah, between October 26th and 27th. Additionally, we have Melanie Gibb, or MG, we believe in this instance, confirmed that she was the one that introduced Chad and Lori as their mutual friend at this conference. And then on October 30th, 2018, Melanie Gibb texted that below the photo to a group text, including Lori Vallow that was captured in an iCloud account.
And when you went through this, was there also mention of Elena helping Chad sell his books?
Correct. Later in the story, I believe there's indication, or in the story, it says that Elena helped Chad sell his books. Yes.
So in that first part of the story, did it appear to match up with events going on in Chad and Lori's lives?
It did.
And then if you will pick up reading, if you'll pick up on the fourth row or fourth line from the bottom at the very end there, he was, and read until, and read those next two sentences.
He was happily surprised when she mentioned a key part of his novel, The Renewed Earth. No one had ever recognized the significance of that scene before.
And then if you'd read the next two sentences, I apologize.
He had heard that voice before and seen that smile before. He felt they had even talked like this before. But who could be certain when?
And looking back now to Exhibit G that's up on the screen, in that image that we're seeing there, do you know who, and when I say the image, the photo of the people, do you know who those individuals are?
I don't recall the woman to the far left. The second woman from the far left is Lori Vallow, then Melanie Gibb, Chad Daybell, and Zulema Pastenes.
And you just read about a novel, The Renewed Earth. And was there something about that that stuck out in relation to the James and Elena story and Chad and Lori?
In the James and Elena story, he claimed to have written a novel titled The Renewed Earth, and Chad Daybell also wrote a novel entitled The Renewed Earth.
And then if you will turn to page 6 of the paper exhibit. And if you will start reading the first sentence and read the first two sentences into the record.
I must clarify that James is a very difficult person to get information from. He has been blessed with great knowledge, but 99% of the people he knows do not realize that.
And then if you will skip the next couple sentences and pick up with he knew, she, and read to the end of that paragraph.
He knew she was one of the very few people on earth he could trust. James's spirit was so excited at this revelation that he shattered a thick veil that had been placed between these two souls during their mortal lives. The thick veil had been placed because of the unique, unparalleled love James and Elena had shared in previous lifetimes. That veil had prevented them from finding each other until this appointed day that would be remembered throughout the heavens as the true beginning of a spectacular mission that would save millions of souls and defeat the forces of darkness.
Was there something about this particular section of the story that stood out to you?
I believe the thing that stuck out the most was their spectacular mission, and then the concept of darkness. The light and dark was a concept that came up pretty frequently in the investigation.
And did you also see in there reference to James and Elena having shared previous lifetimes together?
Yes.
Or shared love in a previous lifetime?
Yes. Let me get, oh yeah, there we go. Unparalleled love James and Elena had shared in previous lifetimes.
Did you ever learn anything in relation to Chad and Lori and believing they were married in previous lives?
Yes.
And then if you'll turn to the next page, page 7, and looking at the top there, could you read from James' physical attraction and read in the first two sentences?
James's physical attraction to Elena was almost overwhelming, but he was equally drawn to the spiritual energy that was radiating from her. As they talked, it was confirmed to him that they had indeed been married before and were eternal companions.
As you're looking, as you read through that, do you see who it was confirmed to?
So James it's confirmed to James
And James was known to be an alias for who?
for Chad.
And if we turn to that next page, page 8, and it's about halfway down, a little more than halfway down, there's a sentence that starts out with, "He made an awkward attempt."
Just
you-
till the end of the, oh, I'm sorry.
If you would read those two sentences, that and the following sentence.
He made an awkward attempt that was way too brief because their friends were bringing more boxes. In that short embrace, though, he knew he had found the woman he had searched for his entire life.
Do you know approximately what period of time this would have been referencing?
This would have been referencing the October 26th, their first meeting.
And during this time, was Tammy Daybell alive?
Yes,
Was Charles Vallow alive?
yes.
And if we now skip to page 12. And 4 lines down on page 12, starting with when he arrived home. If you could read that and the next sentence into the record.
When he arrived home, he searched the internet for anything about her, but there was nothing. She was a fascinating mystery that he wanted to spend the rest of eternity with.
Was there anything in relation to this that stuck out in regards to the investigation?
Yes, through the review of Chad's Google searches, Chad Googled Lori the same day that he met her on October 26, 2018, this is about a day off, but it's around the same time frame.
So in the story, James is searching Elena, correct?
Correct.
And in real life, Chad was searching Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And if we go to the next page, 13. And about 4 lines down, there's a sentence that starts with, "He was able to help clarify." Would you read from there to the end of that paragraph?
He was able to help clarify many of the promptings and impressions she had felt in recent years. She knew she had lived on Earth before, and James was able to clarify when. They had been married before on this Earth and other times on a previous Earth. Their love truly spanned the universe and eons of time. They knew the Lord had brought them together again for a crucial mission that only they could accomplish as a united couple. During the next week, they spoke every day for at least an hour, but often longer. They hungered to know everything about each other. This was a new experience for James, to open up and share the true feelings of his heart. But he knew he could trust her completely. The bond between them was intense, and only the vast distance between them kept their passion for each other from roaring into a blazing inferno. She quickly became his best friend, or better said, 2 best friends had reunited, and their prior love was now ignited in a wonderful heavenly way.
And were there certain things about this passage that caught your attention?
It's the continued concept of married before the prior marriages, the religious connotations of multiple lives, the crucial missions that they had to accomplish as a united couple, the distance between them. It sort of confirms the Chad and Lori lived in separate states at the time, similar to James and Elena. And this very quick passion and love. This is, again, still within days or a day or two of meeting.
And at the very start of the passage you read, did you also see where he was the one able to help
Judge, I have an
clarify?
object at this point. This is becoming counsel testifying during this introduction of the evidence.
It's leading, I'll sustain.
And can you read that first sentence again?
He was able to help clarify many of the promptings and impressions she had felt in recent years.
And again, James is an alias for who?
For Chad,
And Elena is an alias for who?
for Lori.
And Judge, that's been asked and answered and previously been established, and yet it's continuing.
Well, the objection's overruled. It's not timely. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. And if we then move to the next page, page 14, starting about 4 lines up with he knew. If you would read from he knew to the end of that.
He knew they had been married before, and they had been close friends with the Savior when he lived in Jerusalem. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime.
And if you would turn to the next page and continue reading the first 3 lines.
In Jerusalem, James and Elena had enjoyed tremendous intimacy. Their physical desire for each other was unmatched, and they were fortunate that they could be alone morning, noon, and night, and they seized every chance to passionately express their love to each other.
And then if you skip down to the bottom, the 3rd line from the bottom, starting with he knew they, and read through the end of that passage.
He knew they were meant to be married again and the complete important missions. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. He was ecstatic that she was receiving confirmation of these things as well.
And was there something about this particular section that stood out to you?
There were a couple items. Again, the continuation of this relationship continuing through this lifetime. The statement that says they were fortunate that they could be alone morning, noon, and night, and seized every chance to passionately express their love. That he is receiving these confirmations and that she was confirming them as well. Those were the primary takeaways.
Ms. Blake, we do have a request at this time for a break. So we'll go ahead and take a mid-afternoon break, and could I have a real quick sidebar with council at the beginning of the break. We'll let the jurors be released at this time though.
All right, please.
Okay, so we all taking a break. A quick one, he said. A quick sidebar and then an afternoon break. That would mean that the jury was requesting the break. I guess I didn't hear prior ask for it. I would imagine he needs headache medicine by now. Yeah. With the break though, that might be good news for us. That might mean we don't get to have prior start his cross. We'll have to go through that before the weekend. Allowing us to rest up, fortify ourselves, prepare for the onslaught Monday morning. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah. I can't with this fantastical tale of Chad's definitely trying to justify things that shouldn't be. Yeah. The way that he's trying to, I love the way he's laying out the whole story just to reinforce everything Lori believes. He was using it just like a teenage boy to get in their pants. Let's be honest. He was infatuated. He saw a means to an end, and also the way that they could unite in this mission and he could become bigger. He had somebody that was looking at him adoringly, not just as a man, which he probably would have appreciated, but as a prophet. And as a prophet, there lies the money. And I'm sorry, this is all about, like the prosecution said, sounds like sex and greed and selfishness. And you know what? They could have had all that. They could have had all that without any of the deaths occurring. Would have been a little harder. They might have had to get jobs or actually make their profit, whatever, work and make money in doing this, or actually sell a real amount of books, Chad, so that you could live off it instead of your wife's life insurance. I'll tell you. I don't know. You heard release the jury? Yeah, they needed to take a break. Mhm. Yeah, Liam, I hear you. The jurors need to get barf bags. He puts in the chat. I missed that before, but you know what? I can't say that that's not correct. I mean, it's making me nauseous hearing this story and how far he went. But what I am glad they're telling the story, not because it's like putting us to sleep and also actually making me want to barf at the same time. Like it's boring and yet sickening at the same time. But what it does relate to the juror is that Chad was the influencer here. Chad went out of his way to convince Lori in her beliefs. Chad was the one that decided light and dark. Chad was the one who decided who was dark. So whatever happened after that point, whether he lays hands on those children or not, he is responsible, greatly so, to what happened to them. And this is all being laid out to show the conspiracy part, to show that Chad wasn't manipulated because of his love of a woman to do something awful. There was a plan to do something awful by all of them. And Chad was not led around by his nose. I think, if anything, today's testimony from people that knew him well before he met Lori Vallow, they talked of the change in Chad when he was writing his books. They talked in the change of Chad during the writing of those books. They talk of a difference in the relationship. After he met Lori Vallow, he became distant with everyone. He decided what he wanted, and he put a plan in motion to get it. And this whole, I can only think of it as a cult, all these cultish beliefs that all came together to support what they wanted to do and a life they wanted to have together. And again, they could have had it. No one needed to die for them to do that. That's what makes it so callous and heartless. That's what makes the whole insanity part of it for me. No one had to die for them to be together. No one had to die for Chad to walk off and just be a prophet on his own. They were just looking for the easy way. Entitled, selfish, callous, uncaring. All those years of marriage with Tammy describes Tammy as a good wife. She never did anything to upset him, go step out on him, disrespect him in any way. She deserved at least her life. Get a divorce, you chicken coward. In the eyes of the Lord would be. Lori told her friend, Chad could not get a divorce because Jesus would frown upon it. He would lose his standing in his faith. But having an adulterous affair with Lori doesn't do that. Running to file the insurance claim 2 days after your wife is dead, burying her very quickly, and moving on to a marriage within 2 years with someone you've already been with for a year, but you don't want anyone to know. If you're brave enough to do it, you should be brave enough to tell your wife. You should have told your wife. You should have been a man. But that's all my personal, opinions about cheaters. Like, there's never a good enough reason. I don't care how you are mistreated by a spouse. The integrity thing to do is to let them know beforehand that you're over with it and move on. Honor the past relationship. Honor yourself and how you used to feel. Be a grown-up. Yeah, I know, Gene. They could have just walked off hand in hand, right? Just off into the sunset. Nobody ever had to hear from them again. They did not need to do this. Innocent children. A wife who didn't deserve it. An ex-husband who was just trying to ring the bell that you're really off your rocker. You know, in Charles Vallows, the divorce papers, he actually puts a lot of testimony in there in regards to how far off her rocker Lori went with these religious beliefs, and that she was possibly leading towards danger. And he put in those divorce statements that he was afraid for his life, that he thought she was going to try to kill him, and she did, but not with her own hands. Well, definitely got Alex to do it. Now, she didn't come right out and say, kill him. Well, she did say, he's threatening to kill me and we need to do something about it. She set up situation. She gaslit Charles like I don't know what. That whole getting back together in 2019 so she could alter her financial situation. Trying to get back on the life insurance policies. Could it be that they were thinking about killing the children then? Could she be eyeing JJ's Social Security then? I wonder. She was definitely eyeing Charles's best benefit. Yeah, Clockwork, that was all in earlier testimony. You've missed a lot. Those at the end of the Tillett murder. Yeah. They didn't need to die either. I'll tell you, today has been sobering. What a way to end the week, huh? Yeah, I remember. I know, don't we all though, Clockwork? I'm just saying, that wasn't like snide against you. It was about the trial. There's so much. There really is. I think let me see if I can get you a timeline of events. Hold on. Sometimes there's an article. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Here you go. Here's an article that says some of it. Just brush you up. They've been they updated it last month. Probably won't be much on the trial, but a lot on the prior testimonies will be there and events that happened. Okay. Hey, I'll see the. I don't know if we are, Rex. I don't know if I've accepted any friend requests or not, but I think you can DM me still. Fair warning though, I don't have Discord open while the streams are going on. I won't really be able to see anything until after I close down. Occasionally the messages like come over, but for resources, the use of resources on this little potato computer thing that I've got going on. Farscape. Oh, there you go. You distracted me with that Farscape. I loved that. I loved Farscape. I loved Serenity. I liked all of that. Yeah. Mm. But because of resources, I don't have Discord open all the time when I'm streaming, especially if I have to stream another YouTube channel through the StreamYards. It does take a lot of resources, and I like to keep the feed at 100, like as much of the resources going towards the audio and the video as I can. Hi, Sandra. The only thing that I do have open for anybody that is trying to reach me during the stream is Twitter. Like, do you follow me on Twitter? I think that's listed in all the streams. But I can give you that too if you've got it. Do you have a Twitter account? It's probably easier there, actually. Oh, no Twitter. Okay. Well, then you can send it through Discord. I'll get it later. No problem. I wonder how. Did he say what, 20 minutes for this break? I'm pretty sure I timestamped it. Yes, I did. Oh yeah, we're coming up soon, but it's gonna be a few more minutes. Yes, Liz, this is a break. He called an afternoon break. Apparently, he got a request from the jury. You know, they gotta go. You know, it is a long testimony. We've got when they come back, another 45 minutes at the most of testimony. Hopefully that means Lindsey Blake will be able to finish up in enough time that Pryor doesn't get to step up because I don't want to end with him. I know that sounds like a little biased or whatever. I can't help it. Sorry, but not really sorry because it's the truth. He wears me out. Like, I just can't. And Lindsey Blake is really good at leaving those final words in the jury's ears if she wants them to hear, which Pryor tries to do. He really, really tries hard. He just swings and misses a lot, like especially with the pushback on the witnesses. Really, Liam? Why are they trying to DM her? You see, that's why I have closed DMs for certain things. Like, I don't friend a lot of people. Like, I'll go in and I look, and if it's something like that, I might just delete it. I really feel for her, Liam, if that's the kind of stuff she's getting. I know what that's like. My Twitter is full of it. My email is full of it. Yeah. And guess what else? I can just imagine, Liam. Are you going to surprise me? You're going to surprise me? No. Yeah, probably typical, right? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's kind of like you're a magnet if you're out there, you know. I don't know if she actually puts her picture out and everything, and then they just feel like they know you. You're not tainting the chat? Okay, I get it. Well, you just did. Now we all know. There you go. Okay. Anyway, Hmm. I'm sorry to hear that she's getting that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, she just needs to shake it off, ignore it, delete it, don't respond. Is the best, like the best thing to do. Yeah, it might be. He could be obsessive. If he was acting out in the chat, I guess he would be brave enough to send it to her, right? Some creeps are creeps. What can I tell you? I don't know why they think that that's actually going to entice someone to respond. They actually think that's going to work. Yep, that's it, Katie. Don't feed the trolls. I mean, I'm not against people reaching out at all, like not at all. But it's the assumption of stuff like that, Liam, that really gets me. I mean, these people need to learn. You know, it's the soft entrance. Let it be known that you're interested in a mild way, and it's the response you get back on whether or not you should go further. You just don't slam it in there like that. And expect to get a positive response. It's not going to happen. It's actually, it's actually not productive to their goal. Yeah, Liam, I might join that one just so I could laugh with you guys, like, because that is fun to do. Yeah. Okay, Liz says that let me put this one up. It's a lot to read. It's bigger. I was watching one of the earlier reports of this trial on another channel who was at the trial and saw that they said the jury seemed to like Pryor, nodding their heads to him. Has changed. Hoping that has changed. You're hoping that has changed, I see. Yeah, hoping that has changed. Yeah, you know what? I could see, like, when they makes points, like I said, he is making headway on certain things, like don't make assumptions, Hmm. Oh yeah, I've noticed that, Liam. Especially on Kick and Twitch, the people that spam in those. I mean, is this a YouTube channel or is it Twitch or Kick or um? I've noticed so many people coming in there, spamming that they're like gonna do this major production, like they'll promote you, this, that, no. I'm just like, we just make a copy of it and we delete them. They're spamming all over the chats, trying to hit our mutual friend who's a musician, trying to hit him up in private DMs, and I'm always, as the mod, putting out like the Discord link for his server, saying join in there if you want to talk, but no private DMs. He's not taking no privates. You try to be social and you try to be open, but at the same time, you don't want to open up yourself to such abuse. Like, and that's what it is. I mean, people just forcing stuff on you like that is abusive. She is dual casting now to YouTube and Twitch, but been on Twitch for years. Well, if you think of it, Liam, can you drop some links in our Discord messages? I'd like to check her out. She sounds really cool. Me and guitar players, like, I love it. You're her first dedicated YouTube mod. The others are on both servers. Oh, cool. I'm a Twitch mod and a Kick mod too. She sounds really cool. Yeah. I don't really mod on YouTube that much anymore. There are a few channels I go to that have modded me still. And but our mod duties are just like only if anything goes crazy. Like, I don't get called in to do much, that's for sure, anymore. But I mod every day on Kick and Twitch, some of you know. I mod on Records channel, on MC Records channel. He's doing gaming right now, but on his YouTube, he's also got a transcription channel, and he does rap covers. So I mod the premieres that he puts up. You don't like people, Rex? Well, thanks for hanging out with us peoples. You've even been on the channel a few times for someone who doesn't like people, so I guess yeah. You're welcome here. I'm not sure, Liz. We should be. I mean, I'm trying to think of what else they could add, actually. What we haven't actually seen. Thank you, Liam. Thank you for posting it.
All rise.
And they're
District
back.
Court again in session.
And we are going to start.
Thank you. We can just remain standing. If we have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Jury's all present, accounted for, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ready to mute.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. You may continue with your direct examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may again publish States Exhibit 184G.
You may.
And Ms. Heideman, if you would turn to page 19 on 184B. And if you go about 5 lines down, starting with "they were both," if you would read those next 2 sentences.
They were both aroused, but knew there were limitations on what could occur that night. But they kissed for nearly an hour and pressed against each other tightly.
And then if you skip down about 3 lines up from the bottom, starting with "they knew," if you would read to the bottom into the record.
They knew they would see each other again in the morning, but the separation seemed too long. But they knew that the long wait to find their eternal match had come to an end, and James was overjoyed beyond description. James and Elena had agreed to visit the temple the following morning.
And in your review of things, were you aware if there was something that happened with Chad and Lori that would correspond with this?
At the time of this James and Elena story, this would have been in parts we haven't read in. It was in November during a Preparing a People conference, which was on November 16th, 2019. And the temple records, they visit the temple in Arizona, also on November 16th, 2019.
And if we look back to the exhibit that's being published, 184G, before we move on from this, when we talk about the renewed earth, were you aware whether Chad wrote books?
He did, yes.
And is this one of the books that he had written?
Yes.
And then if we turn back to Exhibit B, if you will go to page 20, and about 3 lines down, it starts with "he knew." And if you would read the next 3 sentences into the record.
He knew he was in the presence of an exalted goddess who had returned to Earth to perform a special mission. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him, but the immense power radiating from her confirmed his belief that she was among the greatest women in the universe.
Was there something about that particular passage that stood out to you?
We have again the special mission. It included to be with him and they progressed together. There's also indication of a full plan, despite it wasn't completely clear to him yet, but there is reference to a plan.
And then if we move to the next page, 21, and starting with the second sentence, beginning with "they had," would you read down to just before the last two sentences? So ending in the sentence "unified their souls."
Got it. They had only known each other for 3 weeks, but two lonely, misunderstood souls had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in. They arrived at the temple, and they both felt they should do sealings together. They were soon seated in a sealing room facing each other. Elena looked so stunning as she smiled at him. She seemed calm while he felt quite nervous. Their opportunity soon came to kneel across the altar from each other, and as the sealer pronounced those sacred words, James and Elena knew they were now sealed as husband and wife for eternity. As the earthly sealing was taking place, a similar scene involving their spirits was happening on a higher plane, where they kissed and unified their souls.
So in looking at that particular passage, were there some things that stood out to you?
So if you put this passage in context with the temple records, then they were doing a husband and wife sealing ceremony in the temple in October 2018.
And you said October,
I'm sorry, November 2018. I'm sorry.
so they met in October of 2018.
Correct. And this would have been in November 2018.
And again, if we turn back to the exhibit up on the screen, Exhibit G, had determined that there was an event going on around that same time?
Correct. There was a Preparing a People conference in Mesa, Arizona, from November 16th to 17th, 2018, in which Chad Daybell was listed as a speaker.
And then you just referenced the temple records, and are those shown up there under number 2?
They are, yes.
And if we now turn to page 23 of Exhibit B. And about 6 lines down, so a little over halfway, starting with "they helped clean," would you read the rest of that from there and the rest of the passage into the record?
They helped clean up the conference, and Elena graciously allowed James to stay in a spare bedroom at her home that night. They visited with other friends until after midnight, then they all went to bed. James anxiously hoped Elena would join him in the spare room. It took a while for everyone to settle into their beds, but once the house quieted down, James opened his door slightly and saw the wondrous sight of Elena approaching the room.
And what about that stood out to you, if anything?
Statements from Lori's friends indicated that she allowed some of the conference goers to stay at her house the last night of the conference.
And then if we turn to page 27. And before going on, looking back to the exhibit on the screen, Exhibit G, under 3, is that what we had just talked about?
Yes, that was what was read, yes.
And was there something else in the James and Elena story regarding that November conference that caught your attention?
So at the conference, Chad and Lori's friends stayed at Lori's house. And then he sold some of his books similarly that he did in the October 2018 event. So it seems to be a similar style where he's a speaker and then sells his books at these events.
And on the bottom of page 27, that last sentence, and then continuing on to the following page, if you would read the last sentence of 27 and the first 3 sentences of page 28.
He loved her with all of his heart and soul, and he felt a part of his spirit may stay permanently attached to her, never to again be separated. Elena was part of a successful podcasting team, and she invited James to record an episode and share his life story. He came into town the night before, and they met at a favorite rendezvous. The magnetic energy pulsated once again through their bodies.
And through your investigation, was there a reason that this particular part stood out to you?
Similarly to the James and Elena story, Chad went to Arizona to participate in a podcast that Lori and Melanie Gibb were putting together.
And then if we turn to page 30. About 6 lines down, starting with Shania Twain's, would you read that sentence into the record?
Shania Twain's song Forever and for Always played on repeat a dozen times as the two lovers became completely absorbed in each other.
And then if we move to page 31, 4 lines down, starting with each time, if you would read the next 3 sentences into the record.
Each time they reunited, she was more beautiful and youthful. She flashed him a gorgeous smile and they embraced. They were soon on their way to the hotel where she would stay.
And turning back to what's up on the screen, Exhibit G, is there something about that part of the story that stood out to you?
So what's displayed on the screen is how it appears in text messages, how it was coming through. So we didn't read the whole passage into the record, but it starts with James eagerly awaited it in his hometown airport for Elena to arrive, his hometown being Rexburg, Idaho. So in this statement, in this excerpt, it appears that Elena is now for the first time traveling to Idaho to visit, or Elena is traveling to Idaho to visit James and stayed in a hotel.
And then there's some notes down at the bottom. Were there other things that indicated Lori may have been in the Idaho area?
Yes. In the previous text that's numbered 1206 that just precedes the paragraph at the end, it says, I'm going to jump to Rexburg in April, and then lists, and then there's the passage from the story. So if you take that that Elena is traveling to Rexburg in April and compare that to Lori's travel records, there's a flight for Lori from Mesa, Arizona to Idaho Falls, Idaho on April 2nd. And then she flies home on April 4th, 2019.
And during this time, was Charles still alive?
He was.
Was Tammy still alive?
Yes.
And if we turn to page 32 of Exhibit B. And on the second line beginning with but during, would you read that down to the sentence? About 6 lines of that down to where the sentence starts with the same. So ending in that sentence every way.
I'm sorry, and you said start with but during?
Start with but during,
Sorry
yes,
about that.
please.
I lost my spot. But during James's latest mission, his wife had died back in Jerusalem. He was unsure what was next for him. Suddenly, Jesus appeared to him as he walked along and told James that he would become the bishop of Jerusalem and that he should marry his niece, Elena. James's attitude quickly brightened. There was something very special about Elena. and he knew they would be very compatible in every way.
And then if you go on to the next page 33, would you start with the Savior down to the sentence ending in instantly awakened and read that into the record?
The Savior then told them there was no reason to wait, especially with James's new calling as bishop. Jesus invited them to kneel across from each other. He then sealed them together for time and eternity. Both James and Elena were shocked at how quickly everything had taken place, but as the sealing was performed, it was as if their eternal bond was revealed. True love immediately blossomed, and their physical desire for each other was instantly awakened.
What, if anything, about those passages stood out to you?
We have the sealing again. This is in Jerusalem time, so this is a prior life for James and Elena they were sealed. So it's this concept of the multiple lives, them being married, and it being blessed by Jesus. So those concepts. They were shocked at how quickly everything had taken place. And the true love, physical desire was instantly awakened. So it's the same sort of prior marriages, prior relationships.
And looking back to the page 32, that very first sentence.
32?
Yes, page 32, sorry, and the sentence starting with "but during." Was there something about that in the story that caught your attention?
So just to read the sentence again, but during James's latest mission, his wife had died back in Jerusalem, and he was unsure what was next for him. This is the only time that a wife is mentioned during the story, and James's wife had died at this in the story as well.
And then if we turn back to page 33, at the very bottom, second line from the bottom, starting with "then James," would you read from that through the end of that passage?
Then James placed his lips on hers, and sparks flew between them. He pulled her close to him and whispered, "I love you, Elena. I always have, and I always will."
And Your Honor, may we please approach?
Yes.
You sure do have a healthy ego when you write down all of your personal desires, beliefs, and stories while committing adultery, and your wife has just died. Yeah, kind of speculating on all of them. Healthy ego thinking that's not going to actually come into play. I imagine Pryor will say it's all just a story, right?
All right, thank you. For the sidebar, Ms. Blake, we discussed where we're at this time. We've got a few other administrative things we're going to need to take up this afternoon, and given the time and that we'll be continuing with this witness for some time, I'm going to go ahead and have trial wrap up for the day and the week, and so we are going to recess until Monday. We'll come back on at our standard starting time with evidence at 8:30 Monday morning. To the jurors, thank you very much for your attentiveness throughout this week. Thank you for following the court's admonition. We do have this weekend break. Please continue to follow that instruction to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the weekend. Please don't do anything to research the case in any way learn
Mhm.
anything new about the case that hasn't been presented here in court for you. And with that admonishment in mind, we'll go ahead and conclude and allow the jurors to be released for the weekend.
All right.
Now, it sounds like he's releasing the jury, but they're going to talk about some issues. I don't know if that'll be in camera or not. I will leave it up to figure that out. And of course, try to cut it before the other video cuts in, because he's been hitting the button quick lately. But he did say they had some administrative issues, and administrative issues are usually on the record. So as long as it's not been sealed and it's an on the record issue, we should be able to hear what's happening. But I kind of knew that Lindsey Blake from past
All right, thank you.
testimony.
We are going to go off the record, but I do have some scheduling discussions with counsel. We'll go ahead and clear the courtroom, and I'll talk to counsel privately once the courtroom's been cleared here. If counsel will stay behind, the witness may also be excused until Monday, and we'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Oh, push the button he did. Yeah, we are not invited to the administrative scheduling issues. Okay, so on that concludes for today. Everything, the testimony. I kind of knew that Lindsey was going to want to end with her questioning and the answers from FBI agent Heideman in their ears for the weekend. I knew that she wouldn't want to go through Cross, but apparently she even has more to go on here. So I'm interested to see what else comes out on Monday. This is a long story that they're telling between Elena and James, but it is pertinent, relevant rather, in a way, not actually to the crimes, but to state of mind and motive. And it kind of does lead to, there are some times and dates in there that do correspond to actual travel by Lori, that they were meeting, they were hooking up. It does kind of all come through, and the story helps them find the dates, the times, and the references to be able to connect all that together. You're back to jury duty on Monday too, Liam? Okay. On that, I'm going to hit the button, guys, unless you have any other questions. Karen says, I would love to be in a jury. I have just received a letter from my county. Kurt, I can't get away with because you're a caregiver. I get it. I'm sorry. It's a shame they can't arrange respite for you so that you could. But I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, a lot of this is self-value. It actually is stuff that happened. Liam's right. Even though it sounds like a novel and outstretched, and he's telling it like a story. This is what he told Lori to convince her for things, So there you go. All right, on that, I'm gonna end it, guys. You guys have a great weekend. I will be back Sunday for a casual chat as usual, but for this trial, we will be back Monday morning, 10:15 my time, 8:30 Idaho time, to meet with Judge Boyce as he gets ready to continue with the trial of Chad Daybell. Have a great night, everybody.